The following is brought to you in part by a grant from the Foundation for White Well-Being. In part by a grant from the Foundation for White Well-Being.
You got a license for being white, mate! Ah!
The word racist is an anti-white slur.
There is no Western civilization without Western kind.
The prophecy is fulfilled. The white race will be a people again.
many white lies in every defense. They tell me I'm born with a guilty soul, but deep down I know there's a truth they stole. They stole. White well-being, can you hear me scream? In a world where the light fades to black, I'll stand my ground, won't turn my back. Going free is the dream I hold tight. In the darkness I'll fight for the light. May pathogens infect my mind. They try to twist the truth I find, but I'll confront, I'll challenge, I'll dispel. I won't let their lies be my living hell. White well-being, can you hear me scream? In a world where the light fades to black, I'll stand my ground, won't turn my back. Going free is the dream I hold tight. In the darkness I'll fight for the light. Pathogens infect my mind. They try to twist the truth I find, but I'll confront, I'll challenge, I'll dispel. I won't let the lies be my living hell. They wanna break me, make me feel small, but I'll rise above. I'll tear down their wall with the archetype of Western kind in my heart. I'll reclaim the love they try to tear apart. Light well-being, can you hear me scream? In a world where the light fades to black, I'll stand my ground, won't turn my back. Going free is the dream I hold tight. In the darkness I'll fight for the light. So I'll keep on fighting through the pain and night, for the well-being of our people, for what's right. Going free, I'll rise, I'll reclaim. In the ashes we'll reignite the flame.
When there's nothing left but the fire in my chest and the air that fills my lungs, I'll hold my tears and trade my ears for a glimpse at kingdom come. On the other side of misery, there's a world we long to see. The strife we share will take us there to relief and sovereignty. Oh, by God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home. In our own towns, we're foreigners now. Our names are spat and cursed. The headline smack of another attack, not the last and not the worst. Oh, my fathers, they look down on me. I wonder what they feel to see their noble sons driven down beneath a coward's heel. Oh, my God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home. The road is dark, the way is lost. My eyes, they strain to see. I struggle forth to find a friend to light the way for me. Oh, brothers, can you hear my voice, or am I all alone? If there's no fire to guide my way, then I will start my own. Oh my God, we'll have our home again. My God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home. Oh, by God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home.
It's Sunday, and it's time to recapture our destiny, ladies and gentlemen. Featured stories today: President Vance, 48, bloody horror, acid horror, leveraging violent people against you, our modern anti-white world. The lesson of the day from Going Free: anti-whiteism in the news. It's not necessarily as straightforward as you think. We'll be covering that, your comments and questions, and there is so much more. And as you know, then there's this. I was putting on some warm underwear, fresh out of the dryer, and I love that during the cooler months of autumn. Plus, it's fun to look around and guess who in the laundromat the underwear belongs to. Yes, fun and games at the laundromat. It is 5 p.m. in the once great state of Virginia, across from Mordor on the Potomac, 7 in Sydney, maybe 10 in London, roughly. We did have a clock change at midnight in Moscow, and we are here in service to white well-being. You have come to the right place if you want to make a difference in the world, in your life, in the lives of those around you, the circles that you touch, and the totality of Western civilization. My God, I'm ready to roll. How about you all? What a glorious Sunday it is to get together. Beautiful autumn weather here, and I see Aliens Exist, Dallas Malloy, Savage Monday, already showing up on Premium Rumble. It is wonderful. Big salutes to all of you. If you'd like to financially gift while we are here together, you can do so by heading on over to the app that permits cash, or Subscribestar, or Dude Bro Moment platform, Entropy, which is up and running, or Premium Rumble, D Live. All are options for financial gifting. You can also tag me as No White Guilt, all of those places to get my attention, as well as the live chat here on X. And I will see what you have to say, specifically on YouTube, of course, which is up and running. And I'm looking for tags. And there's the great Brandine Danger and Archangel are here. Wonderful. Rapunzel is here. Hello. Eva is here. Tree Godfather in the house. So glad to see all of you. And thank you for coming over on this glorious Sunday in service to white well-being. What time is it where you are? What season is it? We are all over planet Earth. That's the range, the breadth, the height, the width of white well-being. And that's why we get so excited. Successes from corner to corner of the map, northern, south, east, and west. Languages of variety in Western civilization. Nothing but victories. Great to see Sam Mooski, Boyle's spirit of the West, saying, looking snazzy today. Well, that is how your hierarch, thank you so much. That is how your hierarch of Church of the West must come to the fight for white well-being. Hey, it's great to see you all. You can head on over to nowhiteguilt.org. You'll find some options over there for financially gifting with cryptocurrency, for reaching out by way via of a snail mail address is over there as well. So many other fascinating things, so many contributors, inspired people in this community. You want to meet them all. You want to find out who these Knights of the White Table are, taking up the struggle for white well-being with all of their talents, skills, abilities, contacts, and the like, and making an enormous difference. A true movement to recapture our peoplehood. So God bless every single one of you. NoWhiteGuiltCollectibles.com, another option to head on over there to find the books that I've written with signatures, as well as stickers and shirts and a bunch of other things that you can find over there as well. And you can head on over to the Foundation for White Wellbeing.org, the premier institution, a 501c3. You always have asked, hey, why can't we have a group like the Asians have for Asians and the Hispanics for Hispanics, the Jews for the Jews, the blacks for the blacks? Why can't? Well, we got one. And it's having victories where none have had victories before. So you are in the right place. The race, ladies and gentlemen, for the recapture of the West is on. The race is on. That's a good song, isn't it? I know First Last, he really loves that one. The race is on, and here comes pride in the backstretch. Heartache. Maybe we'll come back to it. But wonderful, wonderful to see all of you. We got so many items to get into today. A lot of interesting news. I want to hear what you have to say. If there's anything that you have found, you can drop into the description on YouTube, but rappel down in there, and you'll find over there a lot of different things. You'll find Telegram groups that you could be a part of. You'll find the links for these magnificent clip makers. We have these just stupendous clips that are being made of yours truly, making me far cooler and smarter than I actually am. Thank those people. Promulgate their work and make their time 10 times worth than it already was. That's the best way to honor them. Same thing with the memes that you'll find there. And as we mentioned, 99+% of the music that we share is original to this community. So share that. The revolution needs a band, and we've got bands aplenty playing in multiple genres. You want to be rocking out to the different tunes. It's truly amazing. Great to see Anglo-Saxon and WG is in the house. Cool, Papa J, Magic Mestizo Cough. Happy November to you too as well, brother. Why don't we go ahead and we'll get underway, and we will circle back to anything we may have missed in our excitement getting rolling here. As you can see, the great Maximilian von Falk has joined us today. But before we go any further, we're going to jump into Fox News.
The crowd was really fired up for JD. You hear what they were chanting?
48. And here's what's interesting about JD. So right before walking out, he asked our staff, he was like, Charlie asked the dissenters, the leftists that disagreed, to come to the front of the line.
Do I really have them talking that fast? I guess maybe I do. That might be a little too fast. But you had a TPUSA event, and Blowjob himself showed up to be a speaker, and they're trading back and forth. And Tucker was there the other day, and we saw Tucker browbeaten by these little weirdos, and Vance the same way. Regrettably, Vance handled the little twerps magnificently. And so he's probably going to end up being, if he wants it,
right?
Next president.
Yeah, that's what he typically did. And he said, okay, I'm going to do that. First of all, a sitting vice president doing unfiltered Q&A like that with college students has never happened in the history of the United States. But on top of that, saying, I want the leftists to bring their best, most powerful arguments against me, and I want them to go first. That's never happened.
Yeah, so he got some fastballs about Israel, about raising his children as Christian while his wife is Hindu, and handled everything perfectly. What kind of experience do you think that gives him if he does want this nomination?
I think that shows that he's a man of the people, and that is exactly what President Trump embodies and why he's so beloved, especially with the youth. And so if J.D. Vance is able to keep that up going into 2028, I think it's in the bag for him.
Why do you think your generation is more concerned?
Let's just pause there for a minute, because it's really important. I want to point out, and actually in the quick news and laughs, we have a clip of the way that the boy crushers browbeat the ever-living hell out of TPUSA, wanting to make the conversation entirely about Jews and Jews working together, and therefore the power that they exercise. And the past couple of weeks, we've touched upon the reality that you can't demonize a behavior and then end up emulating it. And a great example of that effectuated in the real world is conservatives for generations demonizing the non-white groups, complaining about a victimization that they claim to have experienced, and then demanding some sort of reparation, some sort of recompense for that. As a consequence of demonizing that behavior, we now come across brothers and sisters in the white race that refuse to talk about our victimization. Now, it's in part the refusal to talk about the victimization because they've learned, and they'll tell you as much, because it's wrong to play the victim. It's wrong to mention. And there's no playing the victim when you talk about Irina Zarutska, you talk about Cannon Henninger, you talk about so many of these, Austin Metcalf, and you talk about these attacks on the white race, which we need to do as a people, concerning ourselves with the victimization of our people, the attack on our people as a whole, therefore the attack on us as individuals, because we can't escape the identity with which we were born. We need to be talking about that victimization, and just look at how that has been undermined, how it's been hamstrung by the conservative content creators, Republicans, people on the right across Western civilization, saying that it's weak, it's pathetic, you should never talk about your victimization, instead of addressing the claims made by anti-white, non-white people and the anti-white white people who support the erroneous claims of victimization, because it, of course, was based in the white erasure of our history, pure fabrication. And they did not put their finger on the nerve of the issue, which was these individuals claiming some sort of victimization did so with the white race being the boogeyman, being the villain. And so therefore they were anti-white. Conservative content creators, right-wing content creators didn't come out and identify the behavior as anti-white. They didn't identify that behavior as anti-white for a couple of reasons. One of the main reasons is that the social morality of the West is the anti-white immoral imperative, which states that it is immoral to defend white people as a group. So a lot of these individuals, selfishly individualistic in these right-wing positions of popularity, notoriety, fame, whatever it might be, however you look at it, serving their individualistic self-interest ahead and in front of everything else, and their monetary gain, which is celebrated as the god of the right wing, the economy, the GDP, the business making more money, and that's somehow always good if money is being made. Putting that first, decided they weren't going to ride athwart the morality of the West. Instead, in that being, they weren't going to come out and say, hey, we're being attacked because we're white, and therefore your claim of victimization is anti-white. We're not going to repay you all. You're anti-white. That didn't even happen. You're anti-white. Or that didn't happen the way you said it did. It didn't happen to you. You're anti-white. They wouldn't do that. Your ideology is anti-whiteism. They would not do that. Instead, they chose the coward's tact, the coward's choice, which is instead to go after this abstractionizing, which is what conservatives do all the time, the abstraction that playing the victim is weak and immoral, and playing the victim is wrong. And now, because of the demonization of a successful behavior, white people refuse to engage in it. They come to us every time we turn around. Oh, I'm no victim. Whole millions of white children, tens, hundreds of millions of white children every single day being taught in the news and entertainment media that their essence, their birth is evil. But you're not victimized. That's a consequence of demonizing a behavior that we have to emulate. And in this case, the fuller definition of playing the victim is to claim with artifice a fabrication in order to get a recompense. That's not what you're doing. That's not what we do when we talk about the victimization of Western kind. But you can see how they end up conflating it because they're vegetables. So playing the victim in their head is the exact same thing as talking about our victimization, because they're mid-wit vegetable garbage. So we cannot demonize a behavior we need to emulate. Same holds true as we juxtaposition this with the behavior of a percentage of the overall Jewish population working together per the imperative of peoplehood, which is fundamentally before and a causative of everything that comes after it. I know this might be ahead of you and too quick for you, but you can go back, you can put it on half speed, and you can muddle through it as best you can with your crayons, because maybe that's what you have to do. This is the AP class, bitch. Special warfare. Step up or shut up. This is where we are today. We got to make it happen. So a percentage of the Jewish population works together, and it's a beautiful, noble thing. What happened with TPUSA and Charlie Kirk endlessly was this browbeating instigated by an exiguous twerp who is a little Mexican when he talks to police officers, saying that, oh, it's the Jews have too much power. The Jews have too much power. You need to work together. We as a white race, not whites and mestizos, not whites and blacks, not whites and Arabs against Jews. We need to work together as a white race, as Western kind, for our well-being. Period. End of conversation. Well, what's happening now as TP? By the way, these gropers, these boy gropers, as they like to call themselves, the boy gropers, they lost against TPUSA. TPUSA was continuing to succeed and make more money and grow in popularity and grow in membership. But what happens with all of these people is that they'll claim that they won everything that ever happens. They claim that they won. You know, that's why you can't have that little exiguous twerp on for a conversation or a debate, because you can beat him, but then his boy groping army will go around telling the world that you were defeated and that he won again. So there is no like impartiality in these people. They're losers. That's why you can't have him on. That's why you can't talk to him. TPUSA, Charlie Kirk, defeated them. They browbeat him for years and years with his endless complaints about how, why aren't you talking about how the Jews work together and they have power? Why aren't you talking about that? And what ended up happening? He kept marching along, ignored them, and kept growing in finance, growing in numbers, growing in clout, growing in power. That's how it should be done. That's obviously how it should be done. But now that he's assassinated and you have these other people filling the void for him, what ends up happening? The losers are back. Now, there are obviously legitimate complaints against Big Con Inc. and the Republican Party that are coming up as well. And here is where this community can play a role if Big Con Inc. or if conservative content creators online don't want to continue sticking their heads up their asses. But they're showing up again and they're browbeating Vance, who ends up looking fantastic against these losers. He handled their objections perfectly. And there is obviously a legitimate complaint in the population of the United States about servitude to Israel as a result of Israel itself and Jews themselves highlighting this wretched behavior in the wake of October 7. And so because of their doing, you have this attention from people in the United States that, by the way, there's always been attention on AIPAC. There has always been. It was primetime television. It was respected congresspeople, not like today, but respected and beloved congresspeople like James Traficant, who had wide support across the political spectrum, across the United States, appearing on primetime television. So this has been a conversation for a very, very long time that was held and articulated by people with far more erudition, far more credibility, far more popularity than so many of the cranks today. It's a legitimate conversation to have, and we should not be subservient. The United States should not be subservient to Israel, its needs, its whims. A global Judaism, as Brylan Hollyhand, I think his name is, he comes out and he says, America first is Israel, Jews worldwide, and then America first. He literally put it like that. So there are legitimate complaints about that. That's a conversation that should be had. And the support, the blanket support must be withdrawn, because this is nothing but harm to the United States, nothing but harm to Western kind. Continuing to support. If anything, let us go over to the Middle East for the benefit of the white race. Let's carve out a piece of land for us, and we'll just pump the whole place dry. That's my opinion. Putting the white race first. That's how it works. Should we compensate some of the people? Why not? We're fair. We're white and we're fair, but we're tired of dealing with this garbage. So we'll give some compensation, but we're pumping it dry. Tired of the oil issues, tired of everything else over in the Middle East. That's how it should be handled moving forward. There is also, though, and this is where the conservative content creators, so many of them, including Tucker Carlson, should really pay heed. because the white race is getting fed up and they're getting empowered. So the white race has gotten fed up many times, and it has resulted in nothing. You need look only to our cities. You need only look to Rhodesia. You need only look to South Africa. And we see the white race getting fed up over and over and over. But this time, this community here and more popular people, more and more influential people over the years coming to the use, ordinary white Americans, ordinary white Irishmen, Brits, Frenchmen, Germans, Swedes, on and on. Ordinary white people are coming to say, wow, it's totally moral to take these concepts and to use them. People, it's showing up in so much abundance, exactly as we have articulated here. We show all the receipts for our actions, what and who we swash on, who we empower. We look at the consequences of that. We celebrate all of that. You can't have a better benchmark. So the white race, Tucker Carlson, and so Benny Johnson, and so many other conservative content creators out there, they're fed up and they're being empowered with concepts like anti-white, anti-whiteism, Western kind, white erasure, white well-being, on and on. Because we're doing that. And that's putting them in a different state of mind. Now, they're going to show up at your conservative events. They are populating your conservative audience, your right-wing audience. They are popular. They're showing up in the streets of Australia, and they're using these concepts because we are literally there sharing these concepts and empowering people. So here's your choice. Big Con Inc., conservative influencers, Republican Party, people on the right, the legitimate, if you will, right wing within the anti-white narrative across Western civilization. Here are your options. I really want you to hear me closely. You can empower cranks like this little exiguous bubble boy and his boy groping froglets, boy crushers, to harass you, to malign you, to disparage you to the degree that you feel like you have to have this guy on, or you're going to continue to get slandered and your business is going to suffer and popularity will suffer as a consequence. Or you can deprive Fuentes of his pro-white positioning by talking with me. I can pull him down in 2 seconds on everything white positive. I've done it 100 times. I've done it 1,000 times. You could talk with me and you could take the teeth out of it. Because if you take the pro-white element away from Bubble Boy, all that's left is complaining about Jews. And then you can properly categorize him and his ilk for what they actually are. Just a bunch of basement dwelling, a non-girlfriend getting, they don't even want the girlfriends, Jew haters. You can properly categorize them as a bunch of losers who are just going to complain because as selfish individualists, they can't compete with the collective action of a percentage of Jews in the West. You know what can compete with the collective action of a percentage of the overall Jewish population in the West? Collective action by Western kind. That's what can compete. You can complain endlessly. You can end up disparaging the behavior of working together for individual well-being by way of group well-being. You can, as Fuentes just fervently agreed with Tucker about, that there should be no tribalism, not for the white race, not for any race in the West, specifically talking about America. But this is really the personification of the West, as it is the melting pot of Western kind from all of the countries, all of the white countries of the world coming together in the United States. You can go ahead and say, well, there shouldn't be any sort of collective identity, and then just complain that Jewish people act with a percentage of which, of the total population, act with a collective identity. You can end up with that. You can end up having to entertain that. You can end up with those conversations and those cranks, or you can talk with me and we can defang that element of his argumentation that he doesn't even actually stand for. Reduce him to nothing but bitching about Jews, and you'll deal a heavy blow to he and all of that multiracial community of Jewsburgs. What's it going to be? Conservatism. You're going to drink some of that poison, or are you going to accept the reality that white identity is here? White identity is coming. The right wing of all politics, of all conservative action of the various stripes, is going to be influenced and is influenced by a white positive identity. As all of the research shows, half of the white population will identify positively as white as long as there isn't complaint or this implication that non-white people have to be harmed or divested or disempowered or disenfranchised as a consequence of that white identity. It's happening, and we are empowering those people to make that happen. So you can accept the reality that within the right wing throughout Western civilization, you're going to have white people that are going to be talking about us, that are going to be saying, what about us? So what would you rather have, right wing, with inside the anti-white narrative? What would you rather have? An audience that has a bunch of people who are white and who are saying, well, what about the white race? What about us? Not to the harm of anybody else, but what about us? What about our norms? What about our dreams? What about our desires? And have them discussing that in a white positive way? Or are you going to continue to attempt to ignore the tidal wave that is coming your way? That it's already seeping up all around you, and you're seeing the lexicon and the argumentation that we're spreading seep up and occur all around you. Continue to obstinately ignore this, and then have that energy linked with Jew-spurging, and have to drink the poison of Jew-spurging and have that in your midst. What's it going to be? Because you're going to have one or the other. You're going to have one or the other. It's going to be white identity that is positive and to the harm of no one, or you're going to have a pretextual concern with the white race that is focused on Jew-spurging. It's your choice. But you're going to end up with President Blowjob Vance, because I'm going to tell you what, this guy is going to be able to satisfy the vast majority of Christian conservatives or culturally Christian conservatives. They're not going to be concerned with his racial choices in his life. They're not going to be concerned with whether or not he's been anti-white in his past. They're going to be happy that he says he loves baby Jesus, just as we saw in the past in the West, just as we've seen everywhere across Western civilization, where Christianity was supposed to serve as this great bulwark. We have people alive today that can speak directly over the course of their lives to the mean pathogenic ideas that were delivered to us, especially here in the States, that the border should be opened to Central and South America because they are great Christians. In fact, they're more Christian than you are. Just let them in, and then you'll see how family-oriented and how Christian they are. And then, of course, we end up looking at the data. What is Christianity to Central and South Americans? It's not the Christianity practiced by the white race, because a practice is an instinct. It doesn't matter if you're looking at the same rule book. A practice is a biospiritual expression. It doesn't matter if you supposedly have the same God. You can look at the data for molestation, and especially when the molestation occurs within the immediate family circle. And you can look at the data in the United States, the white race versus where they're coming from, the new Christians. So this claim, this argumentation now that, oh, well, it's just going to be Christian, or this should be a Christian country. It was a Christian country. Anti-whiteism defeated it. And it will continue to defeat it. The interpretation of that Christianity is going to be anti-white Christianity. Even if you get these people to drop Judeo, imagine how many votes Blowjob will get when he refuses to say Judeo-Christian, when he decides he's just going to say Christian for the love of God. And it makes me think back to Obama's second term. And I said during Obama's second term, there'll never be another white male president unless he is this extraordinary anomaly, unless it's this most anomalous scenario and moment, borne out by fractures in the parties and on and on. And what happened? We had this extraordinary moment, this extraordinary individual step forward. And then what, of course, happened there? Well, then you had the inversion of that individual in Biden. Now, what are we going to have? Again, we only had a white male president because of an extraordinary moment and an extraordinary, exceptional individual. We had his inversion, so you can't even count that as a white male in office, a radical anti-white white male. But now we're going to have a guy with his multiracial family and his Indian Hindu wife in the White House. Is that what America is supposed to look like? Well, white America is going to end up voting for him, because what's the alternative going to be? If I only watched a little bit of how he handled these objections, what final thing I'll say on this about Vance and the boy gropers. Final thing I'll say on this, and we'll keep moving, is what do we want those questions, the objections that are going to be raised to the Tucker Carlsons, to the blowjob Vances when they fill in at TPUSA? We want them asking about the white race. What about us? Wouldn't that be something? We need to hear blowjob Vance dog whistling to us, which of course it will have no teeth in it, no merit, no value yet, but that's where it starts. We need person after person stepping up with the supreme excellence and mental agility that No White Guilt Clips did with Jeffrey Deal, stepping up there and saying, wouldn't that be something if this event had been a bunch of white guys and white women, young white women standing up that are objecting and saying, why don't you ever talk about Western kind? Well, Western kind, I haven't heard that before. Well, it just means white people. Why don't you ever talk about us? Why doesn't the Republican Party ever say that white people should not be victimized on the basis of their race? I mean, can you say it today, Vance? Can you say today that you're going to defend white people? Sure, we get you're going to defend Jews, you're going to defend blacks, fine. But let's hear you say you're going to defend white people. Let's hear you say that you're going to look out for white children. Let's hear you say that you're going to be concerned with the norms of the white race. Let's hear you say that. Could you imagine? Could you imagine what that would do for white well-being? Could you imagine how that would embolden millions of white people in America, tens of millions and hundreds of millions around the world, instead of the endless, don't Jewish people have too much power, Mr. Vance, Vice President Vance? Don't they have too much power? Don't they, should we always be supporting Israel? And then, I mean, he handled that so much. He's like, they're another ally. We should work with them when it benefits America and not when it doesn't. Next conversation. He's not going to say, no politician is going to say, Tucker is not going to say, oh, well, yeah, Jewish people working together, percentage of their overall population. Well, that should be banned. That's not going to happen. Ever. You know what else is never going to happen? Jewish identity is never going to disappear because you bitch about them. Complaining about them is they have survived as a people in the body of the white race and in the bodies of other countries for millennia. by way of peoplehood. Bitching about them is not going to change anything. Bitching about your circumstance at your job doesn't change anything. Bitching about your situation at school doesn't change anything. Bitching about how your team always loses doesn't change anything. And it's certainly, if you're not going to win an American football game by complaining about the other team being really good, then you are certainly not going to be able to compete or overcome the group action of a percentage of the Jewish population by complaining about it. Nor are you going to make it go away. You've got infinitely more chance of making the opposition American football team disappear by complaining about them. Infinitely more chance that they just are gone one day, or that suddenly there are rules in the NFL that say, oh, you guys are not going to be able to compete like this anymore because you're just too good. You've got infinitely more possibility of achieving that than you do of getting rid of the successes of Jewish identity, of Jewish peoplehood. It is a endless shock to me that the white race has become so pathetic that there are white people out there that think that that's somehow going to achieve something positive for the rest of us. What a joke. What an absolute joke. And this exiguous bubble boy, a cancer, AIDS. So let's work together, conservative movement. Let's work together, right wing of the political spectrum inside the anti-white narrative. Let's work together to teach the white population that, hey, it's perfectly normal, moral, venerable, wonderful to come together, for the white race to come together as a people and defend ourselves. It's going to happen whether you like it or not. Let's go ahead and teach them that there's a healthy avenue for the angst, for the anger, for etc., for the victimization. Let's go ahead, work together, and teach them, and at the same time, take the argument, the pretext of being concerned for white people out of the tool chest of the Jewsburgs out there. Because again, I reiterate, if you don't do that, then they're going to be able to use that energy from the white race to complain about Jews and to force you to entertain their notions.
Conservative.
Because I think we were given the short end of the stick with President Obama, and our lives did not get any better. They got exponentially worse, and we wanted a totally different situation.
I would say Trump is the opposite of Barack Obama.
Yeah.
COVID had a lot to do with it too, didn't it?
COVID had a lot to do with it, especially for me and my audience, right? We care about health and wellness. Our eyes were open during the pandemic because of these tyrannical vaccines that were required for us to participate at work or in a civilized.
This is another king making by. See, this is what I'm talking about. This guy here and so many others, they'll be forced to take that poison pill, to have to entertain that. And when I say take the poison pill, I mean for the white race. The white race will be imbibing this poison pill. That'll be the end. It'll be the end of us. You go to the point of making more widely accessible the arguments of complaining about Jews, and that's it. You'll have the same kind of result for the entire race of the white race that you have for the individual who only complains about his situation rather than taking agency and doing something in the world. Corporal says, no white guilt rocks. So does Corporal. Thank you for that. So great to see you all. Tag me as no white guilt. Juliet wants to hear how we came up with blowjob Vance. Thank you, brother. Tree Godfather says, Fuentes is a gay Mexican. Cindy Ben is with us. Good to see you. A loser here said, oh, this guy loves Jews. Nope. And he says he's going to leave. Don't just leave. Make sure you kill your speed. Make sure you do. Because you are AIDS to the white race. You're a fucking loser. I would fire you immediately. I would fire you immediately. I just articulated a path to the end of the victimization for Western kind, which excludes whining like a bitch. And you're like, no, we're going to whine like a bitch. And if you don't want to whine like a bitch, then you're just a Jew lover. You kill your speed. We're sick of you people. We're complaining about Jewish people working together for generation upon generation upon generation. Look where it's gotten us. I mean, you're such fucking idiots. You're such vegetabilized turds. How many generations of complaining? Sick and tired of it. Marlene is here. Good to see you. She said great words, using some great words. Thank you. Samuski says to such an anti-white, you can respond by saying, when you are attacked because you are white, I'll defend you even if you don't think you're being attacked. Wills by the great Samuski. Franklin is here. Spot on. We must call out our victimization. That doesn't mean we are victims. We absolutely can be victimized. The Tree Godfather. Well spoken. Thank you for that. There's Juliet asking about that. Misty Zilkar, great to see you and all of the champions showing up here today, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, obviously, Jewish people are not white. They are an identifiable people. They work together. Their working together is noble, is objectively noble. It is admirable. And we must emulate that behavior exhibited by every other group of man. We must emulate. We must take it one step higher. I don't get a problem with them working together at all. It is a tool. The only time I have a problem with any Jewish people is if they're anti-white. Same thing holds true with blacks. Same thing holds true with whites. If you're going to be could you imagine? Wouldn't it be wonderful to have some well-spoken, nicely dressed, and I mean, not like this, so many of these modern Christian, these so-called anti-white Christians, and they get up on the stage and they're going to be talking about how we got a rocket for Jesus, and they have like the equivalent of a mini skirt, and they have leather on, and they have and I don't mean like some dressed up like you're from the Amish community. Can we not have? We're the white race. We're Western kind. Can we not have some dignity? Can we not find proper dress? Can we not comport ourselves as our ancestors have? This is disgusting. Stand up at the microphone and say to Blowjob Vance, Vice President Vance, thank you so much for being here today. I wonder, will you and will others in the administration, will the conservative move, will TPUSA, will you personally speak up again and speak out against the victimization of the white race? Fundamentally, we see it, all of these, the bottom, the crux of all of these arguments that are destroying Western civilization, an antipathy for the white people, for the white race, for the white child. Will you not speak out against this? Could you imagine? What would you rather have? If you actually care about the white race, if you actually care about our victimization, what would you rather have? Would you rather have Vance talking about, yes, it's completely wrong to victimize the white race and talk at length about that? Or would you rather have him be able to make an adroit parry of are we going to continue supporting Israel? Should AIPAC have to register with FARA? What would you rather have? It's absolutely sick of it. AOC saying Jason does impersonation second to none. Thank you for that. Justin is with us. Anti-white whites are afraid to acknowledge the victimization of whites on the basis of their birth because it'll demand they answer the call of peoplehood. Yes, exactly. They're well aware of that. Everybody else is able to get it. So one more time, and we're going to quick news. We're going to go to quick news and laughs. But I gotta say to the conservative movement, and as far as we are, as a community, popularizing and pushing and talking with people and getting our message of white well-being, love, hope, and redemption for the reclamation of our destiny. Is it not a path to victory to deprive the Jewsburgs, including the exiguous bubble boy, of the claim of concern for the white race, and reduce him then to nothing but complaining about Jews? Is that not a path to overcoming? Or are the conservative content creators, or are they going to continue to ignore white well-being, to ignore this angst and this energy from the white race and allow it to be usurped by the Jewsburgs? Have me on the stage. Have a conversation with me or some of the other leaders in this community. Have a conversation with us, and you will defang the Jewsburgs. They won't be able to claim that they're for white well-being anymore. They won't be able to use the pretext. And when they can't use the pretext, when all they are is a complaint about Jews, then all of that white angst and anxiety and energy and rage that they want to funnel into their endeavors will evaporate. But you're going to have to make the decision. It's going to be one or the other. You're going to have me and white well-being and the people from this community, or you're going to have the Jewsburgs. And you'll have to live with the consequences of that, not only for yourselves, but for the totality of the white race. Let's jump into some quick news and laughs, ladies and gentlemen.
Hey, Princess. Just wanted to let you know that my wife found out about us, and she wants me to stop sending you money. She's afraid that we're about to lose the house, but I tell her she's crazy.
We have productions here saying, this dude looks like he's a Fed. Fuck yourself. We need people who are not dirty, drug-addled rejects of society. We need, like me, healthy champions of Western civilization. We need people in the military. We need straight-laced people in the military, straight-laced people in the Secret Service, straight-laced people in law enforcement. And if you've got a problem with that, then you obviously don't belong. Looks like a Fed. I've been doing this. I made a commitment when I was 12 years old to the white race. You are garbage. This is you right now. This guy on screen.
I barely send you any money. If I could, I would send you all of it, Princess. By the way, I never got the underwear you said you were going to send me. Is everything okay with you?
This is production right here. Platonian production. This is him right here writing his girlfriend on OnlyFans.
Do you need some help? I can send you $500 right now.
No argument to push back against everything I just said. Just the slander, just the calumny. Oh, he's the Fed. Yeah, he's in jail. Oh, look, he's in jail. He's a Fed. He's a cop. He's in jail and a Fed and a cop. Shut up.
I was gonna fix my car, but I could keep using my bike. I know you might need the money more than me. You're such a fighter in this world, and I know life is tough for you. That's why I love you so much. Honestly, if you lived close to me, I know we would be the perfect couple. I would leave my wife for you. It's just sad that you live in a different country. You speak great English, even though you're in a different country, by the way. Anyways, this is goodbye for now. Just letting you know I'm probably gonna make a different account. But once I do, I'll let you know it's me, okay, Princess? I'll see you soon. Love, Frank the Tank. Here's an extra $50 for your coffee. Send.
Love, Platonian production, the Coction.
Ongoing government shutdown has exposed the shocking scale of America's food assistance system, with over 40 million people now at risk of losing or seeing cuts to their SNAP benefits next month, with some even threatening to loot stores in response.
I'm gonna be feeling like it ain't no tomorrow.
Like it ain't no tomorrow. It's supposed to start tomorrow.
I dare a bitch trying to stop me from walking out that motherfucking store.
Who get the fuck out my way? I'm not paying for a damn thing.
They take away
This is what a pusher bar on the front of your pickup truck is for.
SNAP benefits. Y'all better be fucking stealing.
The USDA admits it only has $5 to $6 billion left in reserves, which is not enough to cover the $8 billion owed, and it won't release funds until the shutdown ends. Once regarded as a short-term safety net, SNAP has become a permanent, multi-billion-dollar subsidy, now reaching far beyond struggling citizens. Reports show that 59% of illegally present individuals receive food stamps, along with 45% of Afghan immigrants, 42% of Somalis, 30% of Iraqis, and 23% of Haitians. As taxpayers absorb the numbers, many are realizing for the first time just how vast and unsustainable America's welfare dependence has quietly become. Over the coming weeks, there may be more discussion on potential policy shifts, so stay tuned for updates. The ongoing government...
Ladies, if you catch your husband checking out another woman, instead of getting mad at him, consider getting back in shape so he won't have to look at other women. If you think about it, your laziness is forcing him to check out other women. Trust me, deep down, your husband doesn't want to check out other women. He just needs a reason to not give up on life, since he's married to a goblin. Flex on your wife with Sound Advice merch.
Anti-white women. Here you have a non-white conservative, Lauren Chin, funded by Russia. That's how she got such hugely popular. And here she's talking about anti-white white women. She says, I feel much safer with refugees than fascists. It's not survival skills, Chin. It's not survival skills. It's anti-whiteism. But Chin won't say that. And don't forget that Chin promoted Bubble Boy.
Is it always a teacher? Please, somebody explain to me why so many teachers in this nation are doing horrendous things like this. Please, I am so genuinely concerned and confused. Is this why we have so many young people that are feeding into this nonsense? That have no sort of respect for human life? I'm appalled. I am appalled. This time it was eight separate adults that are educating our children co-signed on this horribly distasteful idea. They wore this costume that says problem solved. It appears to have some sort of stain on it, a red one, coming down the same side as Charlie Kirk. I'm gonna go ahead and do you a favor so you don't have to scour the internet. This is every single one of their names.
Don't bother any of them people. I don't make this news, I just share.
Go ahead and screenshot if you want. See if they thought this was such a good idea that
This is the self-selecting consequence of education and anti-whiteism. These are your teachers, Western civilization. J.B. Pritzker tells conservatives to F off because we don't want porn in schools, according to libs, and don't want to teach kids that they can chop off their body parts.
They want to criminalize educators for supporting LGBTQ students. They want to turn classrooms into cultural war battlegrounds. And I'm sorry to be vulgar, but Donald Trump and his cronies can fuck all the way off. Let's talk about what we're up to.
There you have it.
Tonight's conceptual framework encompasses the following. The top 5 ethnicities in receipt domestically within the United States of those receiving SNAP benefits. People, this is a post 9/11 wake-up call, a societal information breakdown, just so you know. In the United States.
Looks like Plutonium Productions is a conspiratard. He might be MK Ultra. Might be MK Ultra. You live in basement getting brainwashing. Shut up.
By way of the top 5 ethnicities who are in receipt of them. Ready? Number 1, Afghanis. Yes. In the United States, those from Afghanistan are number 1 receiving SNAP benefits. Number 2, mind blower. Iraqi. Number 3, Somali. Number 4, Dominican. Number 5, Caribbean. 3 between the lines with.
So what he's saying is the top 5 ethnicities are not white. Interesting. Check it out for yourselves, though.
I haven't seen the first MAGA Republican complaining about their food stamps being taken away.
Fascinating truth. And here you have the failed so-called boy groper war, and this is how they behave.
Do you have anybody dissenting from the right? When are we going to have more nationalists? Instead of just engaging with the left, now that the Biden administration has invaded our country, when are we going to build a big tent with nationalists like?
And you look at all the time when there is an endorsement of Bubble Boy, you always have writing like this on the screen.
Jared Taylor and Nick Fuentes.
Yeah, that's funny. Yeah, I don't align with Jew haters. Sorry.
Now imagine that guy stepping up and asking about white well-being instead.
Thank you. I'll talk to anybody. You want to tell me why do you hate the Jews, by the way? Like, what do you think of Jewish people?
No, I think they have a disproportionate influence in
Okay, they got a disproportionate influence. Complaining about them won't change things.
American politics. However, I do find it interesting that you trot out these far left
I'll talk to anybody, but one of the people you mentioned says we should have a holy war against the Jews. Do you believe that?
Listen to how this clown responds. So you can see the problem with complaining about Jews and the positioning of Fuentes versus what we do here.
I believe we need to spread the light.
Yes or no?
See, he dodged it.
To the entire
Do you believe in a holy war against the Jews? Yes or no?
I believe in fighting for Christ. And I believe that.
You see that? Sloganeering. No answering the question. So fighting for Christ, if you equate that with divesting Jewish people of citizenship and all of the kind of things that you would have to do, that would still fail in the long run against the joint action of peoplehood. If you conflate that, then what's going to be the outcome for the white race? Do you think they're going to end up heeding that? No.
Jerusalem should be Christian.
Christ was a Jew.
Christ is king.
I agree Christ is king, but
And then in response to the argument that Christ is a Jew that will reach millions and millions of white people, white Americans, this guy just responds with, well, I'll just pretend you didn't say that. Instead, I'll just say that Christ is king.
yes or no? This is not a trick question. Do you
think,
believe in a holy war against the Jews? Yes or no? Not a trick question.
Do you think we should try to convert
What?
Israelis
Wait,
to Christian?
You see, he won't answer it. This is what you get. This is what you get. We can speak to every single question here. We don't have to dissemble our response. We don't have to hide anything.
Now take a look. This is exclusive dash cam video that is now the subject of several law enforcement investigations. Shows the moment a red semi-truck plowed into a number of vehicles on the westbound 10 freeway in Ontario just after 1 p.m. yesterday.
This is what is being made of Western civilization by the white erasure of our norms. How about this? Mass immigration has ruined Halloween because the norms of other people, the instincts of other people are reaching deep and broad and achieving numerical courage. And they'll just dump all the candy in the bag. There you have it. Me waiting for my family to get home from trick-or-treating. I love this meme. It's like, let's go Christmas. Take a look at this anti-white white pig. She says that MAGA men want to take advantage of women who have lost their EBT. Like you? Nah, I don't think so. Who let the dogs out?
I'm wondering, do MAGA men think that
because WIC and SNAP benefits are going away November 1st, that this is going to open up the pool of women.
Hell no. Hell no. How absolutely delusional and brain dead to think that we would want you and those of your ilk.
That they can date. Because they're going to say, oh, single mom, she's already proven to be a breeder.
Could you imagine wanting to bend that over? No, thank you. No, thank you. I would switch teams first.
And she's going to be broke and not able to feed her kids. What can I get away with? What can I do to her? Just so she can feed her kids. That's not going to happen. That's not going to happen. They're going to be so disappointed. And because women have chosen the bear. And
they've chosen the bear. Does anybody here remember the most profound argument? I made it about the bear and why that could even be a remote consideration to pretend that you're safer in the woods with a bear than with a white man.
The next step in that is women choosing women, not in a gay way, but to live together and care for each other.
Go ahead. Just like that island where it's only females. You remember we covered that story where it's only females. It's like a resort. You go there for yoga and you go there for these other things. The only time men come on the island is to repair and build things. Take a look at this. Our good friend I am yes, you are no. Surprising. What a shocking, surprising cover here. They use a white couple for this cover. Purely coincidental time. The child-free life. When having it all means not having children. This is the anti-white propaganda. If you look back in time, throughout advertising and movies, and this is endless. All of the abortion advertising, all of the family care, and I think the great Hans might have even been talking about that today or yesterday. This, when it's a white couple, if they're talking about aborting and not having children, they give you a white couple. Abortion was always about the white race, never about non-white races. When they want to talk about caring for the family, it's non-white, or at best, they'll throw a white woman in there with a non-white male. Open your eyes, white race. Let's talk about our victimization. Stop complaining about non-whites because it makes you a loser. This was something as soon as Trump started building this wing, I was talking with friends and family about, do you remember when Obama got in the White House and the first thing he did was he built another part of the White House wherein the black guy put in a basketball court? It was the joke around the world. It was the joke around the world that the black guy put in a basketball court. But so many people have conveniently forgotten all of the construction on the White House at that time.
Sounds like you're building another wing to the White House, but we appreciate you keeping your focus.
You can't even imagine, TJ. It's going to happen.
And as you can see here, and we remember from back in the day, we never got the final millions, hundreds of millions of dollars of taxpayer dollars that went into all that construction.
For the next 2 years, all of the banging, the jackhammering, the dust, the confusion, the noise of all places to do construction is happening right here, the front lawn of the White House.
And what's the difference between Obama and Trump? Well, Trump isn't anti-white enough, and he's a white guy. It can't be celebrated. Obama could burn the thing down, and they would celebrate it.
Key to
You need a date?
a good relationship is
Hey, productions, you need a date?
spontaneity. I want you to come in when my friends are there with a suitcase and say, ladies, the night's over. Me and Ronnie are going to Mazatlan. So my name is Ronnie. Well, it's Rhonda, but don't call me that unless you're mad at me. I love going out to dinner. It makes me so sad when it's, oh, what should we do tonight? Let's just stay at home, have some beef stew. I could cry. I always wake up and the first thing I do is dance because I am fun. Or do I smoke? I'm a chain smoker. Do I believe in God?
God.
Well, that's no fun. Hey, what are you doing down there? Judging every move I make? Absolutely not. No. He'd tear me to shreds. What
This is why we're not reproducing.
I'm looking for in a man, big, beefy arms. I better not be able to wrap my hand around it, especially even this. I don't even want to be able to. I'm spontaneous. I like to go on trips.
Good for you. Take a look at this. Hindus. We have Muslims. We have Hindus. We have various non-whites and their religions building their own cities. And folks, this is an anti-white colonization. You remember the ghettoizing, the enclaving used to take a very different form. Well, now they have numerical courage and they're rich. So they're building their own towns and cities, which means what for your towns and cities? Hindus in North Carolina have acquired over 130 acres of residential land and are currently building a massive temple with plans for a 155-foot statue of Lord Murugan, the Hindu god of war. Wouldn't this be a nice question to ask Vance? What about the white erasure of our towns and communities with these 150-foot statues going up to alien gods? Now, I really want you all to think honestly about if you're in a family or friend group and you want to complain about this, you want to talk about the white erasure, how this is not our people, our norms, shouldn't be in our countries, how it's victimizing us by changing our landscape, changing our culture. You could talk about that victimization. What do you think would happen if somebody in that friend group or if you were dumb enough and you were to say, this is because of the Jews? What do you think they would say to you? What do you think they would think of you? I'm so tired of it. Take a look at Stop at Anti-Vitism and celebrate him. Well done, brother. And finally, we have this.
Hello, Melinda here.
Yeah, mate, you are the masseuse?
That's me.
Mate, I'll need to come and see you, right? Because I have sustained a breakdancing injury.
Hey, somebody help me out. What is this accent? Where is this?
A breakdancing injury.
Yeah, mate, I was too ambitious with a maneuver. All right, mate?
Right.
And I have strained a muscle, mate.
Well, that is no good. I won't be able to help you today, though. I could help you possibly tomorrow, though.
All right, mate, I come in because I think I've damaged one of my perfectly formed, sculpted, toned, and tan calf muscles. All right?
Right.
Mate, you can work on that?
Yep, sure.
All right, mate. No matter, there's a bit...
When did you actually sustain this injury?
Mate, it was yesterday, right?
Okay.
I was on my mat in front of the mirror doing do not laugh, my friend, please.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
I was doing an electric boogaloo.
Oh my God.
Okay.
And mate, I think you have strained a muscle, mate.
All right, let's rock. Let's rock.
Well, they're throwing those words, trying to cut me down, but I keep my feet steady on this ground. They can shout and scream, call me what they prefer, but I just shake it off. It's just an anti anti-white slur. Oh, I keep rolling, can't hold me back. Their slurs are weak, they fall off track. You can't dim this fire, you can't make me hurt. 'Cause I know the truth, it's just an anti-white slur. They wanna break me, but they just don't see.
Show some love to Anglo-Saxon NWG for this piece. Anglo-Saxon NWG. We have Perspicacious Comments coming up. Just a couple of them. We have the Indians faking their college degrees. We're going to take just a very brief look at that. We have attackers unleash bloody horror in England. We have acid in France. We have the transformation of the city of New York even further to become more anti-white, and other areas of the country. We have the Democrats stoking the violent anti-whites to come for you. All coming up, along with our victories and lesson of the day.
Don't let them steal your song. The truth's on your side, where you belong. Let the music play, let your soul transfer. Keep moving strong, it's just an anti-white slur.
Excellent tune. Wanderer is saying, be a force of nature instead of, what is that, feverish little clod of is that ailments and grievances, complaining. The world does not devote itself to making you happy. And that is a quote from George Bernard Shaw. Big salutes, Wanderer. Great to see you. Thank you for sharing that. Walter is here. Ayayay is in the house. Grand is here. Good to see you. And Dennis. Hey, it's even good to see JB from Florida. I hope we can be friends. Who else is here? Kinfolk is in the house. AOC. Justin McDaniel, Sean, Korey, Hyperborean Dream are all here. Ivan Zahab is here. Wonderful to see you. The great Semuski saying the first thing that Vance needs to do is stop using the mascara. So very true. Kinfolk is here. Kinfolk says, most of us get it. No white guilt. I hope. Yeah, I think here we get it. The special warfare operators get it. The special love fair. The great Brand Danger. Keep an eye on this guy. He's not only is he brilliant, but the guy's funny as hell. He's always sharing something hilarious in the live chat. And sometimes in the threads as well. White Arts Now is with us. Good to see you. Jam is here. Who else do we have? We're going to get to these news items. Zaizoya is here. Hello and welcome. Let everybody know that we're live and that this is Church of the West. Corbin's doing it. Bass is doing it. Jay Bishop and Havoc are here. Bob is here. Bob Cratchit is in the house. Good to see you. Tag me as No White Guilt, @ symbol, No White Guilt. And I will see what you have to say. All right, so we have an Aussie accent Can't tell. John says Aussie. Regular says maybe Aussie. Any other ideas? I just have this visual of the guy that called the masseuse there, that he wears like tracksuits and he's always got like big dark sunglasses on and just otherwise as unctuous and slimy and seedy. And he's got a big mirror in his living room probably. And he's probably cardboard on the floor for the breakdancing. Ayayay says he believes it's an Italian-Australian accent. White Arts now guessing New Zealand. The Tree Godfather says the Jason doesn't use the makeup. That's true. All right, what do we have over here? We're going to take up our... I can't see with that over there. Hoyt McCoy is with us on Rumble. Awesome teaching, Jason. Thank you so much, brother. Dallas says, yes, spicy Jason. Thank you for that. Hoyt going on saying, yes, we should have all our speech centered on us, our history, arts, social life, and our victimization. All other peoples are just that, other peoples. Very well stated, Hoyt. Savage Monday. With all the news as of late, the Candace, is that what that says? Candace, quote, hi ho, lock and load has been on repeat in my head. Or the cadence. Hi ho, lock and low. Lock and load has been on repeat in my head. Look it up if you don't know it. I'll have to do that. What's that from? Is that a military cadence? They say that in the name your branch. The girls are mighty fine, but when I got to boot camp, they look like Frankenstein. All right. What do we have over here? AAA reposted the stream. God bless you. Gallius says, Nick is a fed or total clown. Gaia says, Jason, I know we've had a few minor disagreements, but I love the comment about pumping the Middle East dry as compensation. Let's do it. We have Perspicacious Comments. We have Jessica over here, says, support for Michigan. Well, thank you so much. Big support back from the once great state of Virginia. Thank you all for being over here. Ivan has reposted the stream. Thank you, brother. Jessica says she's thrilled with the white well-being and very happy to support. God bless you and your family. We're doing the right thing. It's the only way to recapture our destiny. And the only way to end our victimization is to recapture our destiny. Let's take a look at some perspicacious comments, and we're going to get into this first piece of news, which it was covered on the Shade Tree, and you want to be able to show up on and watch the Shade Tree every day at 2 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. I will paste it over myself. There it is. Every single day on X. Make sure you show up, and we're going to be covering one of the stories. Just taking a look at one of the stories to really highlight that this is one of the items that they covered today. But we have Daniel saying, thanks for the lessons, Jason. The pro-white sphere has a large audience pushing content built around bitching about Jews, non-whites, etc. There's this angry push back when things go white positive. There's this hunger for content that whites have become addicted to. Precisely. It is the shirking of duty, the shirking of responsibility. And just as Daniel's pointing back, you point out that we shouldn't complain about other people's. It doesn't work for ending our victimization. And you immediately get attacked as a Fed, as an MK Ultra, as a Jew. Every single time. Every single time. So Tucker Carlson, Benny Johnson, have me on. Have a conversation with me or somebody knowledgeable from this community as soon as you can, so that you can take the teeth out of these Jewsburgs vis-a-vis their pretext that they care about white people. They clearly don't. Evidence. The Blue Flame writes, and where are all these effing world organizations allegedly meant to intervene when it comes to whites? How many thousands are essentially living in terror and flight in the same manner as that poor couple? When our destiny is back in our hands, there's going to be answers for this sick shit. The Blue Flame. Thank you, brother. So true. Bulldog Boris says, yes, it broke all of us, but it didn't break us in two. Now, this was, of course, the story of the father who drank himself to death after his daughter had been brutally raped and murdered. He says it broke all of us hearing that story, but it didn't break us in two, only broke us to make us stronger so we can fight even harder for our people. It's like a broken bone, ladies and gentlemen, a broken bone. When it heals, it's stronger than it was before. And finally, we have this from Chad. Chad, who must be an epic Chad, says, not trying to toot our own horn, but I believe the reason that this channel, the No White Guilt channel, and community grows slowly is because the average conservative midwit is about 95 to 100. And of course, the schmucks are maybe 90 to 95 at best. Whereas the people in this community, the Go Free community, are averaging around 112, 115 IQ points. These concepts are amazing, but the midwits want something easy, like quick straw man arguments without having to really think too deeply about what anti-whiteism is and what it is doing to our people. And I submit to you all, by the way, that the reason why there are so many of these midwit and midget wits that really love the abstraction arguments and really love the reductive, it's the Jews, is because it feeds their vanity of something better than vegetables, which is what they are. They can finally understand the world. Chad writes on, I'm not trying to pick on these people, but this is what most of our people have been downgraded to. It especially doesn't help that a lot of white men emulate the unserious jackassery of figures in the anti-white entertainment media like Homer Simpson, Peter Griffin, Shane Gillis, or Clark Griswold that the anti-whites push on us. Brilliantly stated there, Chad. These individual characters are pushed because they are non-threatening and carry a super individualistic and nihilistic personality about them. So very true. Well said. You don't see very many fictional or non-fictional characters of non-white origin behaving this way. Also love the show, but the people we are trying to reach don't have a 3 to 6 hour attention span. Unfortunately, that's why we have the clips. We are going to win, though. Amen to that. Perspicacious thoughts, ladies and gentlemen. Let us continue with our news items. Bada bing. Indian college students don't just use fake credentials and fake student records to enter the U.S. in fraud schemes that make up most Indian students. 80% of fake student credentials in Canada, according to this content creator, were found from Indians. But they get caught stealing on top of everything else, he says, from the elderly in schemes outside of standard petty theft.
Please.
You have to turn on.
No, sorry, please. Please forgive me, please.
Please, I was caught, please. Why are Indian students stealing so much in the U.S.? Many such videos are coming out. You can't just escape by saying, sorry, sir, or forgotten to pay. Oh, I just forgot to pay. Now, of course, this is not the entire Indian population. There are some really wonderful people, but we're seeing some astronomical numbers. You'll have to check it out for yourself of faked credentials. I mean, they come from India and they've got these degrees to be able to perform surgery, and they've done their education in a quarter of the amount of time. And very often when you have polite conversations with them, they'll brag about that. Oh, well, I got that 8-year degree in a year and a half in India, and now I'm over here making the big bucks. You'll have to dig into the shade tree from earlier today, ladies and gentlemen, to hear the comments from so many brilliant people in service to white well-being, to delve more deeply than we are going to today, really just mentioning it for the fact of it, and to direct you to the shade tree, 2 p.m. Eastern Standard Time every single day on X. I retweet The Godfather and so many others. Tree Godfather are retweeting. How does this even happen in the West? White erasure of our norms and standards to be able to do things like practice medicine or work with the sick, work with the vulnerable. This would never have been possible if our standards that are part of our biospirit, our instinct, had not been changed. These would not have, and white erased. This would not have happened if we would have defended our standards as a part and parcel of who and what we are, rather than just this universal and a standard was applied. And is that really the right standard? Can it be modified? Could it be better? When you do that, you're argued out of it. Every single time. How many times is it going to take for white people to finally get it? Attackers unleash bloody horror in mass stabbing spree on English train. Terror. So it's anti-white terrorism. Again, as the cops are investigating. So this is the consequences of anti-whiteism as visited upon us personally. And in a moment, we'll take a little bit of a broader view, the consequences of anti-whiteism visited on us impersonally by way of governance, by way of these different bodies that have been empowered, that are governmental or quasi-governmental, and etc. So here we have, yet again, it's going to be your family next. So for all of you conservatives out there, all of you cowards, all of you cravens that keep thinking that, oh, you'll just white flight, who cares what happens to the rest of the white race? Hey, complain about Jews. Hey, complain about blacks as you pack your bags and you're running down the street and you've got the proverbial suitcase and you got clothes hanging through the zipper somehow. Go ahead and keep complaining while the rest of us are butchered, because it's going to find you. 10 people were wounded in a stabbing attack on a train in England on Saturday by 2 suspects brutally set upon, terrified. So 2 anti-white terrorists brutally set upon terrified passengers with huge knives. And anti-terror investigators are probing the incident. So why aren't they called at least terrorists? You know, when a person shows up at a synagogue with a knife in the UK, then they're terrorists, and the white taxpayers' money is put to fortifying the synagogues to protect them and etc. Why do they get that treatment? Well, it's because some of them work together for individual well-being by way of group well-being. 9 of the victims suffered life-threatening injuries in the attack. When I know what we should do, we should ban firearms, which was carried out by 2 unidentified subjects, which, by the way, weren't they calling them British citizens or something like this? On a train, 7:35 p.m., as it left the train station. On the way from, Peterborough to London. So it's a train. The 2 men, anti-white terrorists, dressed in all black, were restrained, tasered and restrained, and taken into custody by police, according to that report. So life-threatening injuries, the terror. These people are never recovering. They're never getting better. Everybody who was in the train and witnessed this and could have been stabbed, psychologically, they'll never recover. This is victimization. We are harmed. We have been victimized. Don't talk about my victimization. Don't talk, says the cuck, right? The chest puffer. Don't talk about my victimization because I'm very insecure and I got things to be insecure about. Let me tell you, I got some things, really tiny things to be insecure about. So we're never going to talk about that victimization. Authorities have not announced a motive. It's anti-whiteism. Jews would have no problem at all, concluding that it's anti-Semitism. But white people, you want to complain about somebody, complain about whites. No motive for the horrifying stabbing. It's going to end up all over the West, just like we suffer in South Africa. It'll be a robbery gone wrong. It will be the pressure of living in a Western world and all the persecution and etc., having to live among white people and see them and see anything that white people built that caused them to snap. That's why they did it. Reports said the cops used the term code Play-Doh for the incident, which is used for in the UK for, well-written, New York Post, for an apparent marauding terror attack. A mad rush commenced in the train during the attack, sending bloodied riders rushing down aisles and hiding in bathrooms. So now we have to live like this. We shouldn't have to live like this. We should be able to go several lifetimes, never having a marauding anti-white terror attack. Go ahead and live to 200 years of age and never experience that. We have a biospiritual incompatibility. Multiracialism doesn't work. We've seen that everywhere. So we have this biospiritual, and as a consequence, you're standing in a train. No, not you. Not you. Somebody you love deeply and care for deeply, is standing in a train, and suddenly there are screams, and they don't know what's happening. And like everyone, they're looking to see what it is. And they see the crowd lurching backward, and people are getting smashed together, trod on by other passengers. People scream bloody murder for their lives. And then finally, your loved one gets a view of the spectacle as people are cut down with butcher's knives, with machetes, with stilettos. And they get a good look at the anti-white terrorists with fanaticism in their face, fanaticism in their rage. And they see the lifeblood of other people pouring out onto the floor. The terror, the body's going cold. Your loved one. Have you had enough of just complaining? The life-preserving dash led to travelers being stamped on by others. Crawling for his or her life, your loved one, being trampled by others. The specter of what they had just seen in their minds, gaining on them with a giant blade covered in the blood of others. If you are a complainer or an abstractionist, you run away from this story. You run away from what's done to our people. If you serve white well-being, you run toward this. One witness stated that there was blood everywhere after the attack. So much of this So much of female instinct is employed in anti-whiteism. The anti-whites appeal to female instinct, and then they apply. And what's been the consequence? Instead of individual responsibility, instead of our norms, instead of an individual empowered with the tools with which they can defend themselves, the female instinct says, take away everything. And once again, you see the exact same phenomenon in nursery rooms where it belongs. If a child uses X to beat on another child, they take it away. They take all of the items of that type away. Well, now it just can't happen anymore. But ladies, you're not dealing with children. You're dealing with adults who will get X to do whatever they want. So all you've ended up doing is depriving those who would defend themselves of the means of self-defense. But you feel good about it, don't you? Quote, they were making their way through the carriage to get away from the suspects. They were extremely bloodied. That witness stated he saw one of the attackers on the platform with, quote, quite a large knife. You know, in white well-being, in this community, white positivity, we yield to the masculine instinct. We yield to personal responsibility, to taking chances, to taking risks. We do not yield to everybody getting along. We do not yield to these female instincts of punishing the victim who responds to the attack. The suspect had also come off the train as well. So while we were being told to come out of the station, the suspect was obviously running rampant. Don't worry, though. The state will be there to pick up your body, your loved one's body. Video posted to social media showed a massive emergency response. The Huntington station, with dozens of people and ambulances swarming the scene. We are currently responding to an incident on a train with multiple people have been stabbed. Prime Minister anti-white extraordinaire Keir Starmer lamented the bloodshed and offered condolences in a social media post. Thanks so much. He did not say anything about the identity of the attackers because we know what that means. We know what that means every single time. The appalling incident on a train is deeply concerning. My thoughts are with those affected. And my thanks go to the emergency services. So a useless anti-white POS in the form of Keir Starmer. But yeah, keep thinking you're going to vote your way out of this without addressing the social morality of the West, which is the anti-white immoral imperative. Keep thinking it's just going to be another right-wing politician. Maybe it needs a little bit to be more right-wing. Just keep voting for this, and just like everybody's been doing all along. How about in France? These are the cradles of the West, ladies and gentlemen. It's going to get to the point. We have to reclaim powerful country. Like, we have to reclaim our destiny in the United States so that we can use the might of the U.S. against England, against the UK, the anti-whites, against France, against the anti-whites in these countries. Because I said back when I was a teenager, and now I see that white papers are being drawn up on what's going to happen when the teenager, Jason, is right about the future in Western civilization, where you have radical anti-whites and Western countries become non-white anti-white countries holding radiological, chemical, and biological weaponry that can obliterate planet Earth. Halloween horror, trick-or-treating, teen girls, your daughter, your girlfriend, attacked with acid by hooded youths. You mean anti-white non-whites? Okay. Thanks for clearing that up for us, Breitbart. Tag me as No White Guilt if you have anything you want me to see when it comes to these stories. Goofa says one of them has been released. He will no doubt sue for wrongful arrest after, what does that say, taser, and sue for racism. This will become the story that the police are racist. Of course it will. And how do we know? Why do we know that's the case? Because of the social morality in the West. That's how we know that that's the case. Biospirit of the West, brilliantly sharing the motive. They hate white people. Ay says they only labeled them as British and kept it radio silence till the anti-white media could quell our biological anger with lies and obfuscation. Exactly. Well stated. Tree Godfather says they can change their passport, but they can't change their bio spirit. Amen. They can become a paper Brit. They can be a paper American or a paper German or a paper Canadian. But you can't make these countries. You can't make the West, no matter how many papers they give you. No matter how many things say that you're a citizen. You can only make the West every second of your being by being biospiritually white. In my opinion, of course, the ear is against the door. Already anti-whites are cheering that the Knifeman was born in the UK, as if that makes him one of us. They think it's a gotcha against the white racists. Well, it is a gotcha against the anti-non-white schmucks. It is a gotcha, but not for us, not in this community. Yet another, that was Goofus again. Yet another white labeling and white pixelization. So labeling white and pixelating, making their skin and hair lighter colored in the photographs. So now we have little French girls having acid thrown on them. And this is becoming increasingly common. This is we shouldn't have to live like this is how you have to live because you're not coming together as Western kind, a people. So yes, you do have to live like this. Keep complaining about non-white people. Keep using abstractions rather than talking about the white race, our norms, our biospirit. And yes, you do have to live like this. A group of teenage girls were assaulted with acid on their way home from trick-or-treating by a group of anti-white terrorists on Saturday evening in a Paris suburb. What an absolute shithole anti-whiteism has made of Paris. Let's see what we have over here. If there's anything, any new tags. Savage Monday, yes, he learned it in the army. And did we miss anybody over here on Twitter Live? I'm checking. No, it doesn't look like it. The police have opened an investigation after 6 costume-wearing, anti-white terrorist animals attacked, or I guess it was 2, attacked 6 on their way home from an evening of Halloween trick-or-treating. According to a newspaper there, at around 8:30, the group of girls, so you send your daughter out, your daughter, with 5 other girls. And I guess you are an idiot because you think you're thinking inside of yourself and projecting yourself out onto the world about what everybody else is like and how they behave. I remember the first time so many years ago when I heard about acid attacks. It struck me biospiritually as alien as finding children attractive. It just was the most abominable thing that I could imagine a human being concluding should be done to another human being. So what does that mean? Instinctually, you're not going to get acid attacks out of a healthy white guy. That's where you want to live. The group of girls were approached by, it was 3, it's not 2, 3 hooded anti-white terrorist animals who began to follow them. While the girls attempted to flee, the anti-white terroristic animals took out a bottle and threw it at them. Upon impact with the ground, the bottle exploded and its liquid contents sprayed all over the girls' costumes. So this is malice aforethought. They knew they were going to go out and find others, and maybe in particular they were hunting for females on which they could pour acid. Biospiritual incompatibility. They don't belong in the West. You want to change? You want to be able to not live like that instead of just opine and complain that we shouldn't have to live like that? You're going to have to let white men like me. You're going to have to surrender to white men like me. You're going to have to laud white men like me. Because make no mistake, they've been complaining about non-whites and complaining about Jews in France forever. And now this is what it's like. Worse every day. The bottle exploded. The contents sprayed out all over their costumes, their mouths, their eyes, their skin. After noticing that the substance was eating through their costumes, the girls then fled to the home of one of the parents, who went back to the scene and retrieved the bottle. They identified the substance as a mixture of hydrochloric acid and aluminum pieces, explaining how it exploded. Fortunately, the girls suffered no major burns as a result of the attack. So far, no suspects. It comes as over 12,000 people have signed a petition to launch a pilot project for carriages reserved for women and children. So there you have, and we've heard the same thing taking place in the UK for the tube. This is the right wing, the conservative response to anti-whiteism. They're not going to call out anti-whiteism. They're not going to call out the targeting of white people. Instead, there is this prevent the white girls from joining with the white men. Put a set aside, carve out a safe space for them so they can continue being anti-white. We'll have these subway cars and train cars that are just for women, so that they won't end up siding with their white brothers, their white fathers, and submitting to them, submitting to the male authority, the risk-taking, the aggression, the rage, from a position of morality. No, cut out a space for them so that we can perpetuate. And of course, what will happen if they cut out a space in these carriages these subway or train cars for women, well, for a time, you'll see a few less, or fewer, rather, I should say, attacks on females because they're cloistering them. They're setting them apart. The females will stop being so filled with anxiety and complaints about the anti-white status quo. But who's going to maintain the female carriage only status? Who's going to maintain that? Except for white people. No one. So that too will get white erased. And then my white little cupcakes out there, you'll be right back in the midst of the way that females are treated everywhere else around planet Earth. And you have another petition blaming France's open door immigration system. Another abstraction. Yet again, another conservative abstraction. This system of immigration needs to be policed in a different way, and it can't just has nothing to do with the differing biospirits of the people pouring into the country. It's just about the mechanism of immigration and how we approach it. And sure, if they're legal, then that's great. Now, I don't want to legally be turned into Saudi Arabia. I don't want to legally be turned into Somalia. I don't want a single town in the West to be legally turned into Somalia. Because this is what will happen to our girls and our boys, our men, our women, our elderly, our sick, our handicapped. Now, how about on a little bit of an impersonal scale? We have the EBT wars. What is an EBT war? Well, as far as I can tell, that's what I'm calling it. But as far as I can tell, it is the targeting of white people by primarily non-white anti-whites on public assistance. But there are also white people on public assistance that are radical anti-whites as well, living there generation after generation after generation, votes for the party that will perpetuate it, a conflict of interest that reason and objectivity would say they shouldn't be allowed to vote at all because they will vote their self-interest of living on as a parasite the rest of the country. So that's my opinion about that. What else is going on with this? I pointed out Schumer wants to keep the shutdown going because it, in various ways, divests Trump of power and options when it comes to carrying out the will of the people who put him in office, winning the Electoral College and the popular vote. These people in the polls showing are still adamantly behind everything that they're doing, and they want more. We want more. It's not white positive enough. We want more. So the Schumer shutdown perpetuates it for that reason. What else? What's happening? What does the Democrat Party, the anti-whites in the Democrat Party, know about so many of these people on the welfare rolls? 40 plus, well, I mean, we're talking about the final analysis. I'm sure they'll find out that it's around 50 million. So 40 plus million people living what I would term, my opinion, a parasitic life on the rest of us. Money that should be going to curing all diseases, that should be going to cleaning up the environment, cleaning up the oceans, putting us into spacecraft. You know, when we went to the moon, maybe you don't know, but there were enormous anti-white protests. And what were the anti-whites saying? Why are we wasting all of this money on going to the moon and getting into orbit when you have millions upon millions who are ready to live as parasites? Why are you not paying them? This can't go on. It is infuriating. You know, I showed you the video of this anti-white black female living on welfare, raking in thousands and thousands of dollars. And she was at the grocery store every month. And she was going through and showing everything that she was buying. And among the many things that she was buying was the exact toothpaste I use, that I have to pay for with the pittance I have. But she gets free on my back. So what do they know? If they frighten these people with no food, with no cash assistance, with no money and vouchers for recreation, you do know that we pay for that as well, right? Check it out for yourself. On and on of the different types of social welfare, that these people will go out and come for you. They will show up at, as they're saying, especially on TikTok in their videos, as they're threatening, we're coming for you. We will unload your grocery cart. And I'm going to tell you all right now, do not fight these people. If they show up and they start stealing your groceries, push the cart toward them. Never go to that grocery store again. Make that purchase a lesson about where you're going to shop, how you're going to feed your family. Never go back. Do not die or get maimed. You know, a point I wanted to make about the stabbings, not only are they never right as a consequence psychologically, but when a knife cuts through you or a bullet cuts through you, it severs nerves. It severs critical power. It's not like the television and the movies. Somebody gets shot, somebody gets stabbed, and in the very next scene, they have like an arm bandaged. You're ruined to some degree, and often a big degree, for life. And you only get one of them. So no amount of groceries is worth any of that. Be cognizant of where you're going. Of course, we know also the Democrats, the whole Obamacare was a gigantic boondoggle of anti-whiteism to fleece the white race. It has only survived, by my opinion, of course, check it out for yourself, by endless infusions from the tax base, lion's share paid for by white Americans. That's the only way it stays in existence. So what's happening there? Well, it is a vector of victimization for the white race. That's the primary reason the Democrats don't want to get rid of it. Why do they care? It victimizes white people. What's another way that it victimizes white people? It compels the population of the world to come to America. Eat for free, live for free, medicated for free, leisure for free, all in America. The doors are wide open. It's called public choice theory. If you know that you can have it all and you're part of the billions on planet Earth, if you can just get in, you could have it all, they're going to come. If you can't have it all, well, that's not much of an incentive. As a consequence, we've had a couple of Democrats stupidly admit that they are using the shutdown as leverage, admitting, openly saying that they are using the shutdown as leverage to terrorize the country, to terrorize you personally, to terrorize your loved ones, to undermine to some degree and in various respects and avenues what Donald Trump is attempting to do, carrying out the will of the people who voted him into office, to keeping this country, as you see across the West, a free ride to the non-white world for the purpose of victimizing Western kind. Republican slams Catherine Clark for admitting suffering families are leverage in shutdown battle. A top house Republican is criticizing one of the Democrats' senior leaders for saying the government shutdown and its effects are a leverage point to accomplish their goals on healthcare. It's appalling to see the number two House Democrat openly admit that the left is weaponizing, the anti-white left is weaponizing hardworking Americans as leverage for political gain, even acknowledging families will suffer in the process. I don't think it's hardworking. These people in these videos, these are not hardworking people. But this is, of course, a Republican, so what do you expect? This isn't governance. It's calculated hostage-taking with struggling families caught in the balance. So how do we get to the point that you have a political party that is so anti-white? Now they want to, the conservatives, even the schmucks, they want to talk about the Democrat Party as being like afflicted with a radical left wing. It's just more abstraction, ideological blurriness. Where did they come from? What are the goals that they move toward? And what goals do they celebrate when they achieve them? That's where you end up discovering that it's all about anti-whiteism. The party, the Democrat Party, as is the Republican Party, is afflicted with anti-whiteism. Why? Because people compose the parties, and the people are growing up inside the anti-white narrative, where they learn a fiction of the world. This is why it's so important for Blowjob Vance to get questions about, what about Western kind? What about us? What about our victimization? You talk about everything else under the sun, and it's not going to change any of this. One iota. Because this is all about achieving anti-white outcomes. Calculated hostage taking, families caught in the balance to force through their radical agenda, their anti-white agenda. Families are seen only as leverage by Democrats. We always knew it. Now they're saying it out loud. House Minority Whip Catherine Clark, Massachusetts, says sat down for an interview with Fox News last week. At one point, Clark was asked about who Americans would find responsible for the ongoing shutdown. I mean, shutdowns are terrible, and of course, there will be, families that are going to suffer. We take that responsibility very seriously, but it is one of the few leverage times we have. Close quote. Clark responded, quote, "It's an inflection point in this budget process where we have tried to get the Republicans to meet with us and prioritize anti-whiteism. And it's been an absolute refusal, and they were willing to let government shut down when they control the House, the Senate, and the White House, rather than come and talk about it." This sounds like a conversation you could have with a girlfriend or a wife, doesn't it? It's like, you are creating the situation where I ruin everything. And if you don't obey me, then I'll just continue ruining it, and it'll be all your fault. Janitor of White Noir, go free as ending anti-white pretext. Yes, sir. Important issues that impact the American people, such as the Affordable Health Care Act, so Obamacare, which has been nothing but an abomination, as everyone said. Now, once again, how did you get the abomination of Obamacare when 100% of actuaries, does anybody remember when this was installed? Everybody of any merit, of any consequence, that was looking at and breaking down, unpacking how this abomination was supposed to work, said it can't work. They had congressional meeting after televised congressional. Do you remember? Everybody was saying this can't pass. It cannot work. They were looking at the exact wording. Do you remember the abomination Obama, the anti-white, saying, you can keep your doctor? And they were in congressional meetings televised saying, it says right here, you can't keep your doctor. Do you remember that? So how did it get through? The acquiescence of the white guilted and hardcore anti-whiteism. That's how it got through. What is at the root of every anti-white argument? What is it? Anybody want to chime in the live chat? Because that's how they passed Obamacare. An abomination that everyone of any merit and consequence said, can't work. Looked at the numbers, can't work. Literally says here, you can't keep your doctor. Literally, it's going to, and it will result in all of these horrific things and prices skyrocketing for people who are paying for healthcare and on and on and on. And quality of healthcare would drop. And all of that has come to fruition. So how did they get it passed? The great Franklin says, the abomination. Retributive justice against the white race. So they were talking about healthcare. They were talking about people needing access to medical testing. They were talking about people being able to get to a doctor so that they could address their concerns so that they wouldn't become bigger concerns and then cost more. Do you remember all this? And people came forward, conservatives came forward, actuaries, etc., came forward, and they said, no, we're just going to have a conversation about whether or not financially this can work, whether or not mechanically it can work. We're going to look at where similar things have been done around the world and in states. And we're going to show you how they failed, how everything got worse. They talked about everything but anti-whiteism, didn't they? Everything you can imagine. And if you were to go to a conservative then, as I did, and say, this is about anti-whiteism, this is about victimizing the white race in all of these ways, they said to you, it has nothing to do with race. Nothing at all. None of the conservative content creators are saying that. None of the Republicans are saying that. But the Democrats were. The Democrats happily told you it was about race. Because they told you retributive justice against the white race. The white race, they're out there getting their health care. Didn't they tell you that? And you have all of these teeming masses of non-white people who can't access health care. They're being suppressed, oppressed, exploited, suffering in quiet in the shadows of society. You should feel white guilted about that. And it passed. Every subject in the West is reducible. Everything that we've lost is reducible to the anti-white argument of retributive justice against the white race. It doesn't matter how arcane and remote and distant you think it is, your cuck, pathetic ass thinks it is. It is always employed, often stated overtly, always implied. And it pulls the levers in the minds of the white guilted. That is the totality of the white population. Let me take a look at your comments. And we'll keep this rolling. Sean says he remembers. It's crazy when, isn't it crazy, Sean, when you recall yesterday and everybody else around you doesn't? And they're like, let's just move forward like a goldfish. We're just going to live life like a goldfish. I just want my Netflix. I want to be entertained. Where's my sports ball? I want some more black athletes to worship. Let me get my children some posters of black athletes. Don't make anything hard on me. I don't want to have responsibility. So give me an abstraction or blame a non-white people, and then I won't have to have responsibility. I can just continue putting my white head up my white ass. That's our population today. And then you have grifters galore that go to them and sell them what they want instead of what they need. Problematic Biospirit is here. Good to see you. Paul is here. Lucky is in the house. Tag me as no white guilt. Make the store refund your money for not securing their parking lot, says the Tree Godfather. Fantastic idea. You get robbed out front. One of these TikTok threats finds you or somebody you love, and they come up and they're like, I want your food. Okay. Call the grocery store and say, you're going to refund me. Here's my receipt. You did not secure the parking lot. I love it. Well said. Threaten to sue. What else do we have? The Great Slots is in the house. Great to see you. Calling out lies of anti-whites is considered heresy to anti-whiteism. It is, brother. So true. Okay, we have a midwit who needs to mature sociopolitically, maybe even physically, in the live chat saying, white is meaningless. You are a Scot or you are a German. Yeah. Did that work for us? Did that work for us? Because we were all those things. Did that? I mean, like, these people are like, oh, well, America. And this comes from some of these Catholic nationalist circles, but it's other places as well. But it really grows out of there in its abundance. And it stipulates that, oh, well, if we had remained distinct ethnicities, just listen to how unbelievably vegetableized this low IQ thinking is. If we had remained British and German and Scot and Irish and Italian and Norwegian, if we had remained all these in America, well, then this could have never happened. Except, you dumb motherfucker, it happened in the countries where everybody is a Brit, where everybody is an Italian, where everybody is a German. Fucking unreal. Thanks for coming in and sharing your low IQ take. Jesus. The world over recognizes, and it has for many generations, what white means. The Supreme Court said as much in the 1920s that Caucasian and white are not the same thing. Everybody colloquially knew what it meant. There was no need. It was taken for granted. Everybody knew what it meant. It means us. But on top of that, to magnify and amplify and help instigate peoplehood, we have affixed Westman and Western kind, which, by the way, in my testing over the years, every normal white person immediately got. And almost every single one said, wow, is that really the name? That's cool. It's only in these circles where you find these midget sticks with their midget wits that have their own agenda at play, where they're like, oh, no, I don't like that. I don't like that at all. Good for you. I remember old Nasty Pelosi getting up there. I swear, listening to some of these people, they come in and they're gonna lecture the community that's having colossal victories every single week, changing the lives of white people for the positive, empowering them, changing their families' mindsets relative to the victimization of our people socio-politically, making them white positive. And you're gonna they show up and they're like, I think you got it wrong. I think you got it wrong. Hold on, I'll get in there in a minute. When I get off my hover round, you don't got a ramp. I think I'm going to sue for ADA compliance, not being observed. Let me use my little joystick. Oh, I'm not talking about the little ding dong. It's got a little joystick on this thing. It's like me. I'm going to tell him, Barbara. Just shut up. Just shut up. Nancy Pelosi getting up there and saying, quote, we have to pass the bill. Oh, no. Yes. Sean pointing out, we have to pass the bill in order to find out what's in it. Exactly. Helios Abbott is here. Minty is here. And then you know what these people do. After I shit stomp their idea, their contribution, they then run off and they go into some other chat and they're like, that guy's too arrogant. That guy's too No, you're just a dumb shit. Firelight is here. Hello and welcome. Stumbling. Good to see you, brother. White guilt is costing millions of lives. It is indeed. You have no white guilt, no white erasure, no mass stabbings. Yes, sir. Well put. I remember all the way back to the Nixon administration, says Sean. And I've been a student of politics and advertising ever since. Grand Flash pointing out the influence of the guy that I was alluding to, E. Michael Midget Stick Jones. The Grateful Nola has joined the party. Good to see you. He says he's proud and he's got a song to sing. Yes, sir. Reading Go Free increases white IQs by 15 points. Well stated, brother. The great Stumbling. Quote, my NWG brings all the tards to the stream. Tards to the stream. What is that? Is that the milkshake? That's what it is. My NWG brings the tards to the stream. Goofus says, yes, Westman and Westerkheim really lands with ordinary white folk. Thank you. Thank you. It absolutely does. They immediately understand, and it encapsulates our people rather than just CivNat nations. Yes, sir. I love using it IRL. Precisely. That's what everything we do here is meant for IRL, and it's only communicated online to get it into people to communicate it in real life. There are all these things that gain traction and credibility online that can't be used in real life. Unless you want to be thought as a total immoral crank murderer. Spike is with us. Good to see you. I think if Pat Buchanan was more popular and looked at more positively, he could have been so much better for our country. Yeah, listen, imagine Pat Buchanan, if you were around and you watched some of his speeches and he didn't make the disastrous pick that he chose for running mate. Imagine if he was using the Go Free lexicon. How much better would things be today? Exactly. NWG brings guitars to the yard, and they're like, I'm dumber than y'all. I could teach you, but you'd need a lobotomy. Recon is with us. I don't know the rest of that. Hermit is with us. Hello and welcome. Yeah, imagine if George Wallace had the lexicon, had the focus on white well-being. I mean, you could go back and look at politicians, look at radio personalities, look at music performers, look at actors. Imagine them using the lexical and dialectical armory of the Go Free Dialogic. Well, that guy, he's so arrogant. Do you know how arrogant? Yes, but I think he probably is well endowed. That has something to do with it. You shouldn't say that. Whites will not win until we see value in being a collective instead of individualists. Yes, sir. Aliens exist. All right. I mean, just because you might have to be swinging to have this level of confidence. All right. And I understand maybe you're coming from the boy gropers and circles, or an admirer, so some sort of outside affinity for them even. And you don't know what it's like to come in like you have a microphone on the end of the wire and you're going like this as you walk into the bedroom. I understand. But that's why in healthier times, you took the spot that you could occupy, which for some of you is a cuck chair. I had to go there. I couldn't stop myself. Just a reality. Just a reality, folks. Sloth says, earlier in the stream, if not shadows censored, I pointed out that, and folks, please change on the live chat on YouTube from top chat to live chat, because things will be excluded. And they might be excluded anyhow, but we know for sure that they're excluded from on top chat. Sloth says, earlier in the stream, if not shadows censored, I pointed out the foreignness to our biospirit of criminals that melt the skin. Oh yeah, melt through acid, the skin of strangers. 'Twas before you said it near word for word. That's how we have to be. Same lens, same outcome, same conclusions. That's how we have to be. You communicate these ideas, and then white people all over the place arrive at same or similar outcomes and conclusions. That's the recapture of our destiny. Oh, but what we got to do is we got to start as one of these movements where, you march in the street. Let's march in the street together so they can get pictures of us and beat the ever living shit out of us. Let's do that. Or let's push some little bubble boy into conversation after conversation by slandering everybody who has a bigger audience than him and who won't talk to him. Let's ruin everybody's business that won't talk to him, because it'll make it so much better. White Arts Now. Yes, sir. says he burned up his cuck chair when he read Go Free. Amen. Set fire to it. This is the impersonal. Here you have Axelrod saying the exact same things for the Democrats. Hey, it's leverage. We're going to send all these anti-white, violent entitled individuals. They think they are, not all of them, of course. You can't say that about any group. I'm sure there are good people that live their entire lives on welfare, and they could get a job. But some of them are violent, anti-white monsters, just like you find elsewhere. And the Democrats are like, let's unleash them on the population so that the population will put pressure on Trump to go ahead and feed all these people. How about this for the impersonal element? Minneapolis mayoral candidate Omar Feta should not be allowed to hold an office in Western civilization, waving a Somali flag and speaking in the foreign language.
Assalamu alaikum.
That's how it sounds to my ear. I'm sure it's quite melodious and beautiful to them.
Assalamu alaikum.
Not in my country. My country is my home. My country is my family. This is my people. This is Western kind. So get some respect and shut the shit up. Minnesota State Omar Feta, and I'm fed up with him, running for mayor of Minneapolis, has sparked controversy on social media after a video surfaced showing him. And do you remember the other politician, the other anti-white politician, going to one of these Somali events and dancing to their music and everything? America is a people. It's the white race. We've allowed other people to be citizens of our country. And some of them are genuinely wonderful people and contributors. That's great. But it's a people. It's the white race. Without the white race, there is no America. It's not a fucking economic opportunity. It's not an economic zone. It's not an opinion, conservatives. It's a biospirit. He was waving a Somali flag, speaking in Somali during a campaign rally. The video has gone viral, racking up millions of views. The clip, filmed on the 18th, shows Feta addressing a crowd of Somalis, urging them to vote early in his campaign. Vote early, vote often. To unseat the incumbent, Jacob Fry, in the November election. The video drew reactions from prominent right. And let me tell you, Virginia is really blowing it for the governor race. Really with this Winsome Sears. The Republican Party, this is what I say. It's the left is anti-white and the right is anti-white. They chose this unintelligent black woman because they needed to have a black running for governor now. That'll do it. And people are hearing her talk and they're like, she doesn't sound very bright. And you look at her as a Republican voter and you're like, I don't feel motivated to get up and out. And why stand in a line? Why go cast a vote? You need somebody who's going to motivate folks to get out off of their asses and go vote. What a joke. If Sears doesn't win, it's all the Republican Party's fault. Again. And the Republican Party can complain all they want about the NAACP endorsing the white woman, the Democrat. Why would that happen? I wonder. I wonder, could it be? I don't know. Really, we should think about this. Could it be that victimizing white people is more important than sticking with a black person who isn't anti-white enough? This would be so easy for Jews, but for the white race, they're like, Imki Ultra. Imki Ultra? Imki Ultra. Jews get it like this. Unbelievable. Imki Ultra. Mr. Fed. Go keep drinking your maple syrup at the dinner table. I mean, just get lost. The video drew reactions from prominent right-wing commentators. I wonder if any of them said it was anti-white. Texas Senator Ted Cruz, I doubt it, slammed Feta, and by extension, the Democrat Party, writing on X, the radicals in today's Democrat Party hate America. Well, what part of America do they hate, Ted? What part of America do they hate? Do they hate the Somali part of America? Do they hate the Jewish part of America? Do they hate the Cuban part of America? What part of America? What are we talking about here? Wouldn't that be nice to have college students asking Ted Cruz some questions like this? When you say America, don't you mean white America, Ted? No. If anything happens, it's going to be the boy gropers who are they're going to, like when the mic comes to them, they're going to set the little boy down and they're going to say, oh, I was busy for a moment there. Jews. Let's talk about Jews, Ted. Don't you love them? The radicals, they hate America, and they don't bother to hide it. Meanwhile, podcaster and close Trump ally Benny Johnson, who, Benny, you should talk with me because the boy gropers are going to come for you too. They're going to ruin your business. And then mark my words, folks, if they begin targeting Benny Johnson, Benny will have him on to save his business, save the bottom line. Meanwhile, Benny Johnson, he says, this is a current scene in Minneapolis. Mayoral candidate Omar Feta speaks in a foreign language and waves the flag of Somalia. Well, if it's not anti-white, what's the problem? If the guy's being anti-white, we got a problem. If he's white erasing our norms, we got a problem. This needs to stop, says the congressman. Meanwhile, others defended Feta, noting that his actions are not unusual for a candidate running for office in Minnesota. Could you imagine that happening in your lifetime? Oh, they're building a 500-foot tall gold statue to their god of war in America, and they're speaking in a foreign language. They're celebrating foreign holidays in a country that we create every second with our being. But it's not uncommon for people to do that in those areas now. I mean, that's just the West now. It's not uncommon. Feta himself, a Somali descent, also highlighted that other U.S. politicians have publicly celebrated or supported foreign cultures and nations, with left-wing commentator Hassan and others citing examples such as Ted Cruz speaking at a pro-Israel rally. Would be so nice to have Ted asked about the well-being of Western kind, to demand. So, Ted, you're able, I get that you're really a fan of Jewish people. Can you be a fan of white people? What about that, Ted? Could you speak out for us? I would like the white population to hear that you have this deep affinity for Jews, but you won't say white. You won't say Western kind. Feta's campaign has drawn comparisons to Mamdani, who is running for mayor of New York City. Both candidates share similar progressive platforms, anti-white platforms, focused on affordable housing. Wow. Reducing the cost of living. So who's going to pay for it all? The white race. Exactly as Mom Donnie said. And that's the perfect segue to Mom Donnie, mayoralty would mean a long, sour decline in the city of New York. As a reporter at the New York Times, I had the good fortune of working with an experienced political editor, Sheldon Bin, a wounded veteran World War II. The only thing I ask is that we don't make things worse. That's the best you can hope for. A wide-eyed idealist, I found his standard shockingly low. But these days, Ben's rule makes more sense. Where the Democrat nominee Mamdani is pushing sweepingly radical agenda. If voters are foolish enough to elect him, and they're going to, his tenure wouldn't just make things slightly worse. His policies would inflict major damage, from declining public safety to out-of-control spending as a consequence of white erasing our norms. Schools will be further dumbed down. And his pledge to hike taxes on white people. This guy writing this, he didn't write on white people. But I seem to recall, you'll have to check it out for yourself, that Mamdani said that. White neighborhoods. I seem to recall him saying that. High taxes would drive away business, family, and jobs. So here you have the abstraction of businesses and their decision about to be or not to be, the abstraction of a family, the abstraction of jobs that are held. These are the subject matters that the conservative world trades in. Now, interestingly enough, for this writer, suddenly there is a racial element. Let's see what it is. What do you think? For him, there's suddenly a racial element. I wonder what it is. Let's see. His anti-Semitic attacks on Israel make him unfit to lead, and listen to what this author writes here, the Jewish capital in America. I wonder how many white right-wingers, I'm going to forget about the left, would say in their piece, not many, that his criticisms of white people, as you have Mamdani criticizing Israel and the Israelis, that are anti-white attacks. I wonder how many would do that. So whose fault is it? It's your fault for not going free and promulgating the lexicon to your friends and family and online, and compelling the politicians and the authors at this platform and so many others to talk about the well-being of white people. And then I wonder how many of them would say this proudly, this is the white capital of America. Mamdani also votes to close Rikers Island. So this guy just in a perfect way tucks in the one racial element here. He's mean to Jews. Wants to close Rikers Island, 7,000 in place, nowhere to go. Results would be rapid decline in quality of life. Not just for a short time. Gotham's history is chock full of lessons of how actions of a mayor, good or bad, can have an outsized impact. In Mamdani's case, a long, sour decline is guaranteed because his promise of free this and free that, combined with an expansion of government control over private housing and some supermarkets, would require punishingly high taxes on the white race. His agenda is a carbon copy of failed socialist governments around the world and throughout history. Cuba, Venezuela. So this guy, this author here, is willing to talk about everything under the sun except the anti-whiteism. The only racial element. Note, the author is not talking about Mamdani's race. He's not complaining about Mamdani's race, his birth. The author is saying it has everything to do with race, the Jewish race, the Jewish people. That's a good thing for him and his people. You should emulate it. The damage of the untested 34-year-old Mamdani would not be easily corrected, even if he were booted after a single term. Let me see what you all have to say. We're going to take a very short break and be back for our victories, colossal as they are, and the lesson of the day, and so much more. We have mail in the mailbag. First Last is in the house. Cool Papa J Magic, as much as it's awful for us, don't we need non-white people in power promoting anti-whiteism rather than anti-white whites to shatter the illusion that white people are in control? Yes, it is. Having Obama in office, an anti-white, non-white Obama, is better than having an anti-white, white Biden, 100%. For the express reason that so many white people are midwits. And if they see a white face, they think whites are in charge. Now, we are changing that. We are going to make out of this deracinated race a people that looks at every office holder of whatever color, whatever race, whatever dashiki they wear, and we're saying, are you going to be white positive or are you going to be anti-white? Because we're going to categorize you. Well said. Great point. Winger Productions, I mention white erasure, anti-whiteism constantly to Ted Cruz on Twitter. Gets 0 views somehow. Well, thank you for swashing over there. Nevertheless, God bless you for that. It'll have an impact. Just because you're an American citizen, that doesn't make you an American. Just because you were born here, that doesn't mean that you belong here, says Sean. 100%. I love that White Art said he burnt the cuck chair. Get out of your cuck chair, losers. Get out of your cuck chair. Set it on fire out there. Become a champion of the West. Aliens Exist says, Little Nicky got a $400,000 donation. He is supported by the system, a.k.a. anti-whites. Precisely. Where did you hear that he got that one from? Savage Monday says, I think that Little Nicky is the new prop up after Charlie, and the system opposes him just enough to keep the anti-whites interested. All right. Maybe we'll come back and speak to that in just a moment after a beautifully short break, a bathroom break, a drink break, whatever it is. But we'll be right back.
Deeply trouble you, and all your friends just want to break up.
Let's rock out a huge celebration for the victories that are aplenty, ladies and gentlemen. Let me know that you can hear me okay. And the crowd is cheering raucous emojis. You know we got to start with is this is the first gathering of the month, so you know we celebrate those on the honors roll call who financially gift every single month without any thought to it. And we deeply appreciate them for that. And we start at the very top of that list with the All-Stars. And the number one of All-Stars is Promethean Healing. Big salutes, Promethean Healing. Sticking with the All-Stars, we have the inimitable Marie Curie. God bless you, sister. Western Sunrise, another All-Star. And we have in the All-Stars, Joseph. God bless you, Joseph. And finally, in the All-Stars, we have Greg. God bless the All-Stars of the Honors Roll Call. Please celebrate these champions. We have a couple options for financially gifting and getting into or onto the Honors Roll Call. Subscribe, star, and others. Look into the description to become one among the heroes. The rest of the Honors Roll Call is Southern Bloom. God bless you, sister. Zanazak. And Mavarent. As well as Save Western Civilization Now. And King Petras is over there in the Honors Roll Call. We have Westman Wanderer and Keep It White and Tiny Squeesh Wilhelm as well. And we have Mark and June and Your LG and Defeat Deceit Promethean Reckoning and Helper Earth Mother. And finally, to round out the list, we have the one and only Dallas Malloy. If I have missed your name, my deepest apologies. Reach out to me, and we will celebrate you even more. The Honors Roll Call, ladies and gentlemen, at the beginning of every month, starting at the top with the All-Stars, and then working throughout the rest of the Honors Roll Call. God bless every single one of you. Thank you so very much for your service to white well-being. Let's give a big debt of gratitude and salutes to the great OT leader, Bio Spirit of the West, and the great Franklinator for all of the epic work they do in service to white well-being. It is voluminous. They are heroes. God bless them. We want to thank the nameless one, Bio Spirit of the West, the Ivan, Mad Murray's Stopper Antivitism, and the Franklinator, all for swashing on Donald Trump Jr.'s stream. Never forget, that's how we got the word anti-white into the mouth of Daddy Trump by way of his number one son. All of it planned, knowing that Donald Trump Jr. was a moral man and would take up the lexicon beautifully. He did. Well done, sir. Let's continue to celebrate the clip makers. Those who made clips this week that I saw. Maybe I missed your clip. Reach out and let me know if I did. I saw clips made by the Tree Godfather. Numerous clips. Clips made by Stopper Antivitism, who is unstoppable. Anglo-Saxon NWG and Jerome V. I think Jerome made the clip, unless it was one made by somebody else and then he reposted. Nevertheless, thank you for that. Let's give a big raucous emoji salute. Crowns and gems for these heroes, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so very much for the creation of the clip. Of course, we had Dallas made a great clip of her own, but we'll get to that in a bit. We have the meme makers, and we're going to celebrate the great OT leader, Biospirit of the West, has gotten together the names of the heroes making memes that now are being promulgated, not only by us, but by so many. We say in the wild, we're finding them everywhere, changing the world. We have the Tree Godfather making the majority of the newest memes. Anti-White Vilification League learned how to and showed us all. So he went and learned how to make these clips to benefit white well-being. That is totally epic. And it is the thing of legend, men of the West doing what needs to be done. He went and learned how and then taught everybody how to make video memes versions of our still photo memes. Epic. It's a great way to animate already existing work. Stumbling has been making a bunch of very effective memes. Hoyt McCoy has made quite a few. Claudia Nebula made his first meme recently. Jay Bishop and Fornull are always making excellent memes. Southern Bloom made a good one recently. CKO, Nocturnia, and Dallas have as well. Ye Old European and Janitor of White Noir 2, Stoppa Antivitism, and AAA. And of course, he says, myself, the OG leader, producing. Let's give it up for the meme mavens, ladies and gentlemen, doing a completely epic job. These are the best memes I've ever seen on the internet. Just objectively, these are the best memes. These are things changing people's minds, and they're reposting. God bless those people. Let's go ahead and we shall post this. Glorious, if it will jump on the screen with me. Maybe it won't. So I might have to do this and then that. There you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Well, it doesn't seem to be working like this. So we shall try again another way. Let's do this. There you have it. And those who were seen dancing were thought to be insane by those who could not hear the music. That's why we dance. And others who cannot see, cannot hear the music, they don't understand the victories. They think we're insane. Anglo-Saxon NWG on Benny Johnson, ladies and gentlemen. Who else is sick and tired of anti-white violence? 473. Now, we're going to be rolling through these at record speed, so celebrate like there is no tomorrow. They're not all going to be perfectly in order. Some of them are jumbled up, but it's just the way it is. Celebrate for these heroes. Anglo-Saxon NWG on Benny Johnson again. Who else is sick and tired of the systemic anti-whiteism? Almost 2,000 empowered. Anglo-Saxon NWG reaching out to Frojax, saying, hey, check out this no white guilt guy, and that guy saying, thanks so much for sharing. That is epic swashing of various types. Anglo-Saxon NWG can't be stopped. Over here on Matt Walsh. Who else is sick and tired of systemic anti-whiteism? 854 people empowered. You can see all the replies, ladies and gentlemen. Anglo-Saxon NWG on political. Ileana. Anti-whites are driven by jealousy and envy. 1,568 people empowered by the swashing general. Anti-Vilification League, ladies and gentlemen. Ryan Williams just followed me, he says. He's a non-white, not anti-white. He only follows 42 people on X, but he has 90,000 followers. He says, a testament to the social acceptability of Go Free. Thank you, sir. Give it up for Anti-Vilification League, knocking it out of the park again. 90,000 followers. He only follows 42 people, and one of them is Anti-Vilification League now. Cindy Ben swashing on James. Is that Klug? The reason he says ICE has become the Gestapo is because he heard it on anti-white mainstream media. Over 300 empowered and climbing. Give it up for Cindy Bin. Cindy Bin on Lotus Eaters. It's all because anti-whiteism is the social morality, where it is seen as moral to vilify us on the basis of our birth. We are changing the conversation about that. 34 empowered there. Nearly 600 empowered on this comment. It's so infuriating when they use the term, quote, minorities. Whites are the global minority, and we are fast becoming the minority here in America. We are being white erased. Now remember, Lotus Eaters, abstraction extraordinaires, Cindy Bin, a general swashbuckler of no compare. Well done, Cindy. Dr. Ricardo Duchesne, using white guilt and anti-white narrative in his post. Let's show the man some love. Let Dr. Duchesne, let him know that we celebrated him over here for that. The whole love of a community. This is James Wolver on IG, and this was found by the great Stoppa. So this is a In the Wild, using anti-white narrative right there, ladies and gentlemen. That is the work of this community. Thank you, Stoppa Anti-Whiteism. This is James again on IG. Puts in quotes, racist, exactly as it's supposed to be done. And then writes, is an anti-white slur. Give that man, give James some big salutes and love. Out in the wild and found by the great Stoppa Anti-Whiteism. Again, James, out in the wild, end anti-whiteism. Knocking it out of the park. God bless you, brother. Thank you for that. Here we have Justin McDaniel commenting under Asmongold TV. 2,000 people empowered by Justin McDaniel. They're all anti-whites, he writes. If you're white, there's nothing you can do to make them not hate you. They hate you because you're white. Quote, racist is an anti-white slur. Perfectly done. Swashing general as the audience takes a breath. Check out Lawsy Down Under, ladies and gentlemen. 34,000 people empowered here using the most powerful statement of the age. No white guilt. Give it up for Lawsy as the audience returns. Rochelle Merle, one of our great champions, commenting under Stefan Molyneux. Racist is just an anti-white slur. The vast majority of people I know, IRL, believe that only white people can be racist. She puts it in quotes, perfectly done. The term anti-white is far more powerful and more accurate. Give it up for Rochelle and the hard swashing she's doing. Well done, sister. Roscoe Rise over on IG, ladies and gentlemen, commenting here is that Flecka mixing its biological is race mixing, is biological erasure. 553 empowered and growing. God bless you, Roscoe Rise. We did that, ladies and gentlemen. Look hard upon that as I get our next screen ready, because we're going to roll like the wind. We got so many victories to come. Keep the raucous emojis going. Because here we begin to peruse the colossal victories of the Tree Godfather. We're going to zip through this. You're going to have to look for yourself at the number of likes and retweets. Everything until I say otherwise is Tree Godfather. 4,200 plus empowered in the audience of Matt Van Swole. 3,800 empowered in the audience of Tommy Robinson. 3,000 empowered in the audience of Jonathan Pallison. 2,300 empowered in the audience of I Am Yes. 4,200 plus empowered in the audience of Daniel Palsgaard. 5,300 plus empowered in the audience of Bernie. 2,000 plus empowered in the audience of American AF. 6,100 plus empowered in the audience of Amiri King. 5,700 plus empowered in the audience of I Am Yes. 1,000 there. So 18.2 thousand empowered in the audience of David Atherton. I want you to note not only the number of the people empowered by the epic memes and written statements of the Tree Godfather, but the variety of content creators, audiences that he's empowering. Nearly 3,000 empowered in the audience of London and UK Street News. 40.5 thousand empowered in the audience of I Am Yes. 13.2 thousand empowered in the audience of Basil the Great. 20.1 thousand empowered in the audience of I Am Yes. 2,000 more empowered in the audience of Radio Genoa. 50,000 empowered in the audience of UN Women. 5,100 plus empowered in the audience of Homeland Security. This is just, he's remade the entire Olympic Games. 13.6 thousand empowered in the audience of UN Women. 12.6 thousand empowered in the audience of Homeland Security. 6,700 plus empowered in the audience of I Am Yes. 12.2 thousand empowered in the audience of Homeland Security. 8,300 plus empowered in the audience of Basil the Great. 12.3 thousand empowered American AF audience. 1,800 plus empowered Homeland Security audience. 12,000 empowered American AF audience. 7,000 empowered Homeland Security audience. 7,700 empowered New York Post audience. 4,300 empowered in the audience of The General. Over 2,000 empowered I Am Yes audience. 5,000 plus empowered Colin Ruggs audience. 4,300 plus empowered Daniel Plagscard's audience. 16,000 empowered I Am Yes audience. 19,000 empowered UN Women audience. 5,000 plus empowered in Evelina Hanna's audience. Tell me again how you all aren't doing this. Tell me again. Tree Godfather's doing it, bitch. 8,000 empowered in the audience of Lucy Brown. 1,400 plus empowered in I Am Yes audience. 1,700 empowered in Homeland Security audience. 2,200 plus empowered in Mehdi Hassan audience. 3,400 plus empowered in PETA's audience. 2,336 empowered in the audience of Into the Memory Hole. This is one man on top of the shows, on top of the clips, on top of everything. There is so much more that you can be. 1273 empowered AF Post audience. 6,000 empowered I Am Yes audience. 2,000 empowered Basil the Great audience. 1352 empowered Mehdi Hassan audience. 5,100 empowered Eva Valdingerbrooks audience. 2175 empowered Zoomers audience. 2412 empowered Evelina Hanna's audience. Are you shocked into action now? Now we have some, give it up, on your feet for Tree Godfather. Nothing but gems and crowns and love. Ladies and gentlemen, nothing but gems and crowns and love for this man. Holy God. Everybody knock it out of the park. In love. For the Tree, the Godfather. Now we have In the Wild. This found in the wild. White erasure is the anti-white goal. User name them. These are people we don't know. Found in the wild. Mel Bell. Celebrate these people. Found in the wild. Dio. We're not doing it. It's only our exact language and memes. Found in the wild. Total white erasure. 11,000 views there. That's Info Battle Maiden. Found in the wild. Sawgave here with one of our memes. Found in the wild. Darby O'Gill. 12.2 thousand. And these are, we can't even find a fraction of the wild promulgation of the lexicon. Found in the wild, J.C. Doherty, 4,000 more empowered with our meme. Found in the wild, Jess, working on 1,000 more with our meme. Found in the wild, but not quite, because she's been storming into the scene. Lazi, if it is this bad for, now remember, she's got like 70,000 followers. Give it up for Lazi. If it is this bad for white people living in the West now, imagine what the next generation of white children will experience if we don't stop this. That's exactly how you're supposed to think. I want children more than anything she says. Our generation, let this happen. Precisely, responsibility. And then look at this. Look at that. Give it up in a big way. Everybody on your feet. Not very many people are brave enough to share the cover of that book, linking to yours truly. Give it up for Lazi, ladies and gentlemen. But we're not done. Oh, we're not done. Because we have record more to celebrate. And let's get into that. I love it. I just cannot believe. Biospirit of the West, ladies and gentlemen. The OT leader himself. Look at the epic meme. 2,149 empowered in the audience of Libs. Biospirit of the West again. The authorities are making this anti-white terror attack a hush crime because it doesn't fit the anti-white narrative. 2124 empowered in the audience of Tommy Robinson. Biospirit of the West again. 2,500 plus empowered in the audience of libs. Check it out, ladies and gentlemen. All of these you can stop, pause, come back later, emulate, imitate. Biospirit of the West again, discussing what's been done to our former paradise. Over 2,000 empowered in the audience of Wall Street Apes. Biospirit of the West again. 3,500 empowered in the audience of Wall Street Apes. Biospirit of the West again. 4,000 empowered in the audience of Basil the Great. Biospirit of the West again, OT leader. 13,000 empowered in the audience of I Am Yes. Biospirit of the West again. Look at the variety of the memes. Look at the variety. Look at the focus on the lexical and dialectical power in everything everybody is writing. 2,349 empowered in the audience of I Am Yes. Biospirit of the West again. 1,379 empowered in the audience of Cat. Biospirit of the West again. Empowering 1,330 in the audience of Wall Street Apes. Biospirit of the West again. 2,000 empowered in the audience of I Am Yes. Biospirit of the West again. 2,681 empowered in the audience of Matt Von Swoel. Biospirit of the West again. 2,648 empowered in the audience of Stephen Miller. Biospirit of the West again. 2,000 empowered in the audience of Tommy Robinson. Biospirit of the West again. 1,315 as the audience takes another breath. Empowering the audience of Homeland Security. Biospirit of the West again. 2,000 plus empowered in the audience of Radio Genoa. Anglo-Saxon and WG is back. 5,282 empowered in the audience of James Kirkpatrick. Nazi, in quotes, is really just an anti-white slur. Anglo-Saxon again. 1,201 in the audience of Radio Genoa. I want you all to know that we have an entire slew of victories that were found by Franklin, that with my phone glitching before, as I was getting ready for the gathering today, I could not even open. They are all going to be included next week. This doesn't even include all of the victories by Franklin that he found. So acknowledge that. Thank Franklin. All of those are going to be included. Nothing will be kept out. And God bless you, Franklin, for that hard work. Biospirit of the West, 2,374 in the audience of Paul Joseph Watson. Biospirit of the West, 2,115 empowered in Tommy Robinson's audience. Janitor of White Noir, 3,300 plus empowered in the audience of Kevin Sorbo. Biospirit of the West again, 5,000 empowered in the audience of Wall Street Apes. Janitor of White Noir again, 1,299, so 1,300 empowered in the audience of Rupert Lowe MP, and we like him too. The Blue Flame, 1,800 empowered in the audience of Remix News and Views. Rochelle Merle again, working on 1,000 empowered in the audience of Joel Webben. Dallas Malloy, 1,257 empowered in the audience of Harmeet Dillon. Dallas Malloy again, God, I love that meme. Nearly 3,000 empowered in her post here, ladies and gentlemen. Dallas Malloy again, celebrating Baron White. God bless her. 1,000 empowered and growing. Connor, the great Connor for Western Kind, empowering 1,115 in the audience of Zat Super Tansky. Connor again for Western Kind, working on 2,000 empowered in the audience of Jess Brown Fuller, MP. Uh-oh, something went wrong with that one. Connor, 5,447 empowered in the audience of Remix News. Connor again. This was Connor's week. 5,000 plus empowered. Now go back and read what these people wrote. Empowering the audience of Harry Exels. Cool Papa J Magic, 1,535. Empowered in the audience of James Woods. Cool Papa J Magic empowering 2,316 in the audience of Senator Megan Hunt. Cool Papa J Magic empowering 1,700 in the audience of Sydney Watson. This is a post by Robert, 1,000 empowered in the audience of Daniel Concannon. Jay Bishop empowering 1,000 in the audience of Lindsay Field. TM empowering 1,000 in the audience of Captive Dreamer. Robert empowering 4,166 in the audience of someone who took their post down. We'll watch this in a second, a big victory by Janitor of White Noir. And we'll watch that in a second. Anglo-Saxon NWG empowering 530 with this any figure elevated within the white sympathetic sphere and designated as, quote, leader, yet who fails to explicitly identify anti-whiteism as the primary force eroding the West, cannot be trusted to prioritize the well-being of white babies. Bubble Boy Fuentes, for example, advances little more than a multiracial anti-Jew movement rather than one genuinely centered on white interests. Magnificently written champion. Anti-Vilification League empowering 2,000 in the audience of Raw Egg Nationalists. Stop anti-whiteism. Ladies and gentlemen, with this epic meme and so many others, we love it. Give it up for Stop Anti-Whiteism. Give it up now for Janitor of White Noir. We're not going to watch both clips because the time is curtailing us. But the great Janitor of White Noir has swashed on this content creator. And listen to this. It's Rasmussen.
White erasure.
Rasmussen reports this is what the great Janitor of White Noir swashed on him here, writing about white erasure in the cultural arms race, where whites are handicapped by the anti-white social morality, beautifully written, and the regime that bats for the other team. Listen to this guy who's clearly moral, this Rasmussen reports. Give it up for Janitor of White Noir's epic swashing.
Hold on. White erasure. Hold on. Visit nowhiteguilt.org. Okay. I'm game. Nowhiteguilt.org.
Epic.
Dignity for all, even Western kind. Interesting. Yeah, thanks for the $5. White erasure creates a cultural arms race where whites are handicapped by the anti-white social morality and the regime that bats for the other team. I can't unpack all that, but what, let's be specific. I have English heritage. I'm 50% English. It makes me hurt when I think about what's happening to that country, and I appreciate my heritage. I train with a longbow like every other weekend with my kids. I think it's important. My ancestors probably did that for hundreds of years. And I am willing to accept the true history of America, which was that they didn't intend for this to be a moral and religious people founded on Christian values. But I'm not an absolutist on race. I think that's silly. But I also think that my heritage and ancestry should matter because it matters to everybody else. So I'm not asking for any special carve out. I'm just asking not to be, like you said, erased. And like the English themselves.
Just give it some big love. Make sure you find this and listen to all of it. The great work of Janata of White Noir. And finally, we're going to listen to some of the great Dallas who made this totally moving, epic post. Celebrate the great Dallas. Malloy, ladies and gentlemen, and listen up.
I went to sleep thinking of you and all your voices. Later, I was awakened in the 3 a.m. hour and wrote this. One day, I will see you all in a room like a great hall. It will be after the war. And there will be no more avatars, no more screen names, no handles. I will see your faces. One day, the terror will be over, and we will walk in great halls of kings, and the strife that bound us will be dissolved. But we will find that our love made us a people for life, unshakable, unbreakable. And I won't have to dream anymore of these things. One day, all my hopes will disappear because they will be fulfilled. And every vision and whisper from God assuring me and bringing me closer will fulfill their mission. And that day, your quality of the highest kind will be in front of me. We will recapture our destiny, hand in hand, as God has led us together. Because one day soon, we will be a people again. I will know your names. Through tear-stained faces and smiles I've longed to see, great warriors all. And each face will be forever remembered in statues for posterity, to look and know we were the ones, never forget. One day, at God's perfectly appointed time, He will bring me to you and you to me. And maybe words won't be necessary, knowing we lived through such a time as this. We endured. When we were called to battle, we were the ones who answered, and will be saluted and known by all. We were the ones who remained while many slunk into shadows. One day, the ache for your presence in my arms and your forehead on my lips will be quenched. And I will thank God for you.
God bless the great Dallas Malloy. Watch the whole clip, retweet it, quote tweet it, ladies and gentlemen. This is a beautiful piece. Big Raucous emojis out of your seats for all of the swashing champions, and we'll be right back. Let's keep those applause going, ladies and gentlemen, for the financial gifters. And we will begin with Anonymous, $50 financial gift. God bless you. You know who you are. Big celebrations for Anonymous. Thank you so very much for your service. And we had, I think it was Korey with a question about that segment, and I will answer it just in a minute, brother. Let's head on over to Dude Bro Moment, saluting him on our feet. An absolute joy for our victories. $50 financial gift. And he writes, for white well-being. Flame of the West is also over here on the Dude Bro Moment platform, aka Entropy. 25 save and defend the white baby dollars. He says, for the church of white well-being. God bless you. Flame of the West. Totally epic. $25 financial gift. We have Scott over here as well. $20 in financial gift to protect our white brothers and sisters. He says with those 20 beautiful dollars for white well-being. And I will continue refreshing and looking here. And we have Korey. Big celebrations on your feet for Korey as well. $50, ladies and gentlemen, over here from the great Korey. 50, he says, with those dollars, thanks for your service to our people. 07, let's get this man some quadruple 07s and crowns and gems as well. We're going to circle back and get all of the other financial gifts in just a second, but we are going to get into the mailbag, thaumatological mailbag, because we had mail. We had mail, ladies and gentlemen, and the first here is the great Randy. Randy, thank you so much, brother. $30 this month for white well-being from the great Randy. Opened up the mailbag and saw these two beautiful pieces of mail. Randy, thank you so much, good sir. $30 for white well-being from Randy. And now we have a beautiful card. Take a look at that. Look, it goes with my tie. Oh my God. How did that work out? That is awesome. From a different anonymous with perfect penmanship. She writes, hello, Jason. Thank you for the years of work you put into Go Free and for your perseverance in sharing it out. You are a North Star. Writes anonymous. God bless you so very much. Perfect penmanship. Beautifully written. Beautiful card. Ladies and gentlemen, $100 from anonymous. 100. Save the white race. Focus on our people to the injury of no other. Dollars. God bless you. Let me put that out there where it's visible. Thank you so much, anonymous. Wow. And I tell you what, it was the phone malfunctioning that prevented me from getting all of the victories that the great Franklinator had found and sent to me. So we imagine all of this and more. It's brimming. We are surfeited in successes. And thank you, Korey, for asking, what exactly is this segment all about? We are celebrating the promulgation of the Go Free dialogic, the lexicon and the arguments that we use here that have proven successful for our people in advocating in our personal lives, improving ourselves physically, mentally, and spiritually, in our personal, immediate family circles, workplaces, friends, etc., strangers online. You see it working everywhere. It is the practice that is recapturing our destiny. The promulgation of the practice, therefore, is infinitely important. So getting into all of these content creators' audiences and transforming their audiences, getting them to use these concepts changes what the content creator ends up saying. And if they're moral content creators, they pick up the lexicon, as you see us celebrating with Lazi. Big audiences that Twitter and the rest have like targeted me and said, you're not going to be able to get anywhere. You're going to be silenced. But there are people out there that already have audiences and they're able to reach. So we celebrate them when they do that. This is the liberation. This is the tool. This is the practice that works. And so we promulgate this practice and the use of this curative contagion because it succeeds in service to white well-being. It succeeds in arresting our victimization. It takes the moral high ground and holds it. These are the conversations. The West was lost at the dinner table. It wasn't lost in some top-down institutional purchasing or whatever. It was lost at the dinner table. It was lost at Thanksgiving. It was lost at Christmas. It was lost at the get-togethers at Easter. It was countless conversations of anti-whiteism where anti-whites, where our people were picking up the lexicon, the locutions of anti-whiteism and using them on our brothers and sisters, assuming the moral high ground and our brothers and sisters submitting to that. That is what cost us the West. The Go Free practice designed to undermine anti-whiteism and has demonstrated that in abundance unparalleled. And so therefore, we enter the fray with a new set of concepts that put the conversation in our story where we win for white well-being. We celebrate the intention to do that and the victorious outcomes at the other end. It has changed school curricula at public schools. It has changed the mind of school superintendents. It has changed policy at Aurora Police Station. It has changed the reportage by iHeartMedia. It has changed on and on and on. We could talk about the victories. All of this, Korey, is scalable and replicable. Imagine everybody doing this. Imagine greater and greater numbers of our brothers and sisters doing this, having these sorts of victories in their lives. Big salutes to everyone out there who celebrated everybody here. We're a team. We need to celebrate the victories of each other, the creations of each other, the situational leadership that the champions in this community, they assume they have talents, or like we saw, they learn a new skill, and then they share that with everybody to magnify the potential of the work that we are doing here. So many people, so many good people with so many wonderful talents have been inspired to do great things for the well-being of our people. This is the recapture of our destiny. God bless everybody, every single one of you who is contributing in any imaginable way, including everybody who is financially gifting. Some of you, you got like folks that are financially gifting and they're out in the world and they're online and they're promulgating. You got some who can just financially gift. You got some who are solo activists. You got some who are on the outreach team under the sterling leadership of Biospirit of the West. And we are having unparalleled, inimitable, peerless responses as reactions and outcomes as a response. God bless every single one of you. Wow. I mean, it just gets, every time we turn around, the victories get bigger and more colossal, literally changing the world from our lives. I love how AAA writes, Dallas Malloy incorporates the divine into that video. I believe God is an important component of our mission to restore our people. 100%. Absolutely, I concur. 100%. Thank you for that. That's AAA. Folk Unity has joined us. Hail victory, greetings, and awesome. True champion, we've celebrated him in the past under different names. He is back, and he's got a testimonial about white well-being and the transformation the Go Free practice has had on his life. You don't want to miss it. The guy is phenomenal. Great to see everybody here. For White Well-Being is in the house. Can we get a Promethean Hails to No White Guilt from the chat? Promethean Hails to you, my brother. Tree Godfather, all salutes right there. We got these people coming around. Tree Godfather, reset the bar, then remade the bar, then remade the totality of the Olympic Games. You add up the number of people. What a joke it is for anybody to claim. We've been chugging along for year after year after year. Paying. I have paid tens and tens of thousands of dollars promulgating white well-being. And this lexicon, and you have these people show up and they like, you didn't do it. Can you imagine that? Every single week, we are reaching tens of thousands with the lexicon to millions every single week. And by way of the fines in the wild that we couldn't come close to even getting, who knows the actual number? It's this community. It is this community. Berezhenko, remember, she was the only one, probably in stupidity, to admit that it's all coming from us. Remember, she researched and she hired a researcher to research where is it all coming from. And then she told her audience, I have found it. It's this group. They're the No White Guilt group. Do you remember? Other content creators are not going to do that. They don't want to give any attention because they're worried about losing their audiences. That's one of the wonderful things about what conservative content creators, what Tuckers and Benny Johnsons, what they should do in talking with me. Not only will they defang the Jewsburgs who claim with their pretext to care about white people and then don't actually advocate anything that benefits real living white people, one iota. In fact, what they advocate ruins their lives. Just as Folk Unity sends them to jail, causes them to ruin their family, ruin their lives. That's what it does for you. If you do anything other than keep it a big secret. This is the transformation that we are making here, ladies and gentlemen, this community here. But Benny Johnson's and the Tucker Carlsons, they could have me on to speak with me about how the Jayspurgs are not advocating for white people, how we are, what the difference is. And guess what? Carlson's not going to lose any audience to me. I'm demanding responsibility from people. Benny Johnson isn't going to lose anybody to me. I'm demanding responsibility from people, duty from people, not just showing up to hear me complain about this, doom documenting this, doom dissecting that, doom divining the other. Big salutes. Let's get into the announcements. Tag me as No White Guilt. I want to get to what you all are having to say during our gathering today, because this is all about Church of the West. We got an announcement here, big announcement. Dino Storm is looking to make contact. Now remember, Dino Storm is making the video game called Westman, and he is looking to make contacts with other artistic people in the community, and he would like you. Now this parallels a project that Dallas Malloy is heading up to. She wants to bring together the individuals who have artistic abilities. Maybe it's in music, maybe it's writing, maybe it's poetry, maybe it's prose, maybe it's whatever it is, so that we know who we can go to, we can work together with projects on. Dino Storm is asking for you to reach out to him on X as at Dino Storm, DYNOSTORM. Also, over on X, reach out to Dallas Malloy at the at symbol, of course, the Dallas Malloy, Malloy. Reach out to these people if you have some talents and you want to contribute to some of these glorious projects that we are working on. Dino Storm was mentioning things like even like voiceovers. So let's work together. Let's continue to be punch way out of our weight class, be much bigger than the number of people told. I mean, just imagine, look at the number of people that we have here that just come together for the gatherings. And then out of that number, the percentage that are hardcore active. And look at what we've done. Look at what we've done. And yet look at the colossal sizes of some of these other audiences, and they've made not one jot of difference for white well-being. We got the lesson of the day. Novi Horror over here. He says, at least Boris Shaker hired a very good detective who found the true source of the white positive lexicon. Yes, indeed. Exactly. Problematic Biospirit said, I like how No White Guilt complains as well. We have Radio Free is over here. Hello and welcome. The great Korey is in the live chat. Different Korey with a C. And Franklin's pointing out, exactly. Look at the colossal achievements that we've had just in this past week. And Franklin's like, and look, there's 93 people watching. So how potent is this? How potent is this? I mean, April, we got Donald Trump to say, and we said specifically, this is going to happen, and it happened by way of number one son, exactly as we planned, articulated, and told everybody that there's anti-whiteism in America too, and that can't be allowed either. That and so much more. God, thank you all for big salutes to everybody who's, look at Ivan celebrating. Ivan is like one of the absolute best, if not the best, at celebrating. Stumbling says, enjoying exclusive rights to the fruits of our ancestors' labor is not a carve-out. He needs to go free, yeah. Novi Horror says, I made some lexicon statements on some channels, but it's just amazing how so few have made so many powerful comments on so many channels. Now that is love for hours. Amen to that. Precisely. Nothing's going to drive you like love. Nothing. And that's why we get a big part of why we get these colossal results. And we have the formula that's unstoppable, the formula that works. All right. Masumik is with us. Good to see you, Masumik. All right. I can't believe what an epic victory segment that we had today. Let me take a look for your comments and see if there are any other financial gifts. Get to those as well. And we'll go into the lesson of the day as we listen to this.
Walk through the school, head held low, trying to follow the rules. The taunts would come, the laughter rang, and I'd just bow, swallow the pain. If I knew then what I know now, I'd face those storms, wouldn't take that bow. The boy I was has faded away. Now I'm a man, forged by the day. Back in the fields where the wild grass grows, I learned to listen where the wind always knows. It whispered of strength and a courage deep, a fire to guard, a promise to keep. If I knew then what I know now, I'd have held my ground, wouldn't take that bow. The boy I was has long been gone. Now I walk proud where I belong. Life's not kind, but it makes you strong. It carves you a path.
That is the great Anglo-Saxon NWG, ladies and gentlemen. Big salutes to that here. Another great example of epic washing.
Now I build with my hands, and my heart is true. With the west in my veins, and the sky.
We have Robert financially gifting $2. He says, rest in peace, Charlie. Amen to that. Thank you, brother. We have Arthur, $5 bill. Doesn't get better than Western kind. Big salute. Thank you for that. First Last, coming in with a $5 bill. Writing, thank you. Thank you, good brother.
So here's to the boy and the man I've become. To the hills I'll roam till my work is done. With the stars above and the earth below, the West in my heart will forever grow.
I love bluegrass.
If I knew then what I know now, I'd have held my ground, wouldn't take that
Epic Peas, ladies and gentlemen. Now's the time to get in your tags for yours truly at No White Guilt on any of these platforms that we have up and running, and we are streaming to and on, coming to the final 30 minutes of our gathering, Church of the West, today. And as he goofus, he says entropy dropped. Did it? Is it not working? It looks like it's working. Try to say something in the Tall Kevin widget, which is the chat over there. And we'll see if it needs to be reopened or not. Thank you for letting me know. Borishenko. Yes, indeed. The one thing we can be grateful for. You know, all those Jewsburgs really did not like, because so many of them were trying to claim that anti-white, anti-whiteism, all of this is coming from them magically without them pushing it. It's just in the ether somehow. So you know they weren't happy when Borishenko was like, I'm researching him and I'm an expert researcher and I've also even hired another researcher. And we're going to come back. We're going to report back to you where it's all coming from. Yeah, she did. The great Dallas Malloy over here on Premium Rumble writing, deepest gratitude to you, King of the West. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. You're absolutely right. Nothing is going to drive us like love. Love for our people is an inexhaustible source. It's what I live and breathe. Amen to that, sister. Thank you so much for that. See, Stolen Hellcat. Did you steal one? Is with us over there at Premium Rumble. Hello to you. I know they sound good. I know that. All right. Everything else seems to be up and running okay, so we're just making sure. Does appear from my end that entropy is indeed still working. All right. Let's get into our nameless one who is asking, who is Borishenko? She's gone through a lot of iterations. She was a anti-white content creator who was a hardcore anti-white leftist, and then that wasn't getting her a huge audience. So then she shifted a little bit and claimed that she was like a centrist anti-white. And that grew her audience much more. She gave a little bit of lip service to right-wing positions, and she ended up attracting enough right-wing audience who just wanted to show up for doom documenting that she was doing, that people started to mischaracterize her as right-wing. And she would correct you as, no, she's like this centrist or whatever. And then that was drying up. She ran off a lot of people with attacking them. She had her disagreement with us, and she banned a ton of her audience. She even had, as you remember, and we shared and reported, a big argument with her husband because her husband said, what's wrong with white well-being? Like, what's wrong with those guys? And I don't know if you all remember that. She's talking about how she's screaming at him, what do you mean what's wrong with white well-being? She ended up having quite a few other personal problems, and in a relationship outside of her marriage. As I recall, you'll have to check it out for yourself. Maybe I've got it all wrong. And it was with a guy who supposedly was he actually arrested? I think he was arrested for a relationship with a minor. And then, as I understand, that fell apart. And then she became a Fuentes follower. And now she's trying to remake herself again as a reporter on the ground and out there at these ICE and anti-white Antifa events. So I hope she finds some peace in her life. All right, nothing else here. I don't see the stream on Entropy, says Goofus. Are you clicking the proper link? Because there are 2 links for Entropy. So make sure you click the No White Guilt link. The Beanie and Cecil show, is that what that says? Is here. Saying racial profiling is base. Okay. All right. I don't know if you're talking about probability. That's how police work works. How it does work. All right. Don't think I missed anybody there. And I don't think we missed anybody here. Anti-whiteism in the news. Nameless one says, it checks out. She's a blob, right? Yes, she is orbicular, my friend. Anti-whiteism in the news. Called by many names. Dinosaur media, fake stream, lamestream, mainstream, establishment, state-controlled. The news media is part of the regime, which is composed of the news and entertainment media, governments, academia, as well as the banks and the institutions influenced by these entities. What is the real driver? It's the human beings that populate these entities. There isn't a leader or group of leaders that can be removed and supplanted with others that will make it different. Regime-created and approved news is processed through anti-white lenses to ensure that it conforms to the anti-white narrative. That's what you always have to understand about any news in the West. It is always going to be processed, even by your neighbor, by way of an anti-white lens. If they haven't gone free, or going free, rather, you're never gone free. It's never over. If they're not going free, then they're going to be using an anti-white lens within the anti-white narrative. This is on page 51. The regime casts the characters and writes the news script. You need to really imbibe that, own that reality. As a consequence of the news being written within a narrative that is required by the human animal, it's always going to need a narrative. It's a matter of what that narrative does, who it serves, who it harms. As a consequence of that, all of the news is composed of scripts, just like a television series or a movie is composed of scripts. And it therefore is always going to take an anti-white lens. Regime media, news media, fabricate news. Like fiction writers, regime media employees use events and facts of events to write scripts. The degree to which these fictions approach reality depends on the relationship between the event and the facts and the anti-white narrative. What would be a really easy example of that? Well, if a white guy decides he's going to go into a black church and kill black people, innocent black people in there, well, that's going to comport with the anti-white narrative. So they can directly give you the facts of the matter. Now, of course, even in that case, they manipulated the data. They conflated that individual and attributed arguments to him and etc. to make him a member, a card-carrying member of a resistance to anti-whiteism, white people concerned with the victimization of white people. They did all of that, and he was just a sick, demented, anti-non-white schmuck events and facts of events that disconfirm or can be made to appear to confirm the anti-white narrative are more likely to be fictionalized. So they take reality, and where they must, to make it comport with the anti-white narrative, they fictionalize it. The gentle giant, the didn't do nothing wrong, and he got suffocated to death. The objective of regime media employees is to prove the anti-white narrative with unethical anti-white interpretations, omissions, fabrications, and deliberate misrepresentations of actual events. This soap opera is formulaic. So what you often have there when it comes to conservatives is they want to take the formula, because that's an abstraction, and attack the formula. It's like attacking the name that anti-whites take for themselves, their projects, their policies, their institutions, and attack that rather than the group that it harms, rather than talking about the group that it harms and identifying them and what they do by way of the group that it harms, that they harm. I want to tuck in here the important reality that you're not going to get unbiased news anywhere. Every single thing that you know outside of your immediate circle is going to be either entirely fiction or fictionalized reality to comport to the anti-white narrative in the West. Outside of the West, you are going to get news that is sanitized for the power holders for their populations. You are not getting objective reality. You cannot go read Russian news for the truth. You cannot go read Iranian news for the truth. You cannot go read Chinese news for the truth. Everything said in and from those entities is designed to maintain and expand the power of those who control power in those societies vis-a-vis the population. So you often will see content creators and people who baffle gab you and who feign to have great erudition will come to you and say, oh, well, the Portuguese or the Libyan media says X, Y, or Z, and so therefore, no, you can't know. You really, honestly, seriously can't know what's objectively going on around the world. And furthermore, it doesn't matter because you can't influence it. You can't do anything about it, but you can do something about anti-whiteism in your immediate circles. You can promulgate these concepts to people with wealth, people with talent, people in political office. You can change the world, as you're seeing our advocates do. Events or facts of events that do not conform to the anti-white narrative are ignored, suppressed, or inverted. Disconfirming events or facts are inverted to confirm the anti-white narrative. Events or facts of events that can be made to appear supportive of the anti-white narrative are magnified, written into news scripts, and disseminated to the public. Anti-whites in the regime media will also falsify events and facts to prove the anti-white narrative. I say here, and if you would like to share or tag me with anything, whether it's related to this or not, but I say here, let's look at how crime is reported. The script is written in one of two ways, dependent upon the race of the wrongdoer and victim. And we can unpack that because you could have somebody like a Winsome Sears running for governor in Virginia, and she's not being anti-white enough. And so she will receive the same sort of mischaracterizations and etc. to undermine her and her chances to be governor that I would have. Because why? She's getting in the way of the victimization of Western kind. Not fully, not in toto, but relative to the Democrat running, more. It begins by cherry picking and misrepresenting actual events. When whites commit crime, the regime focuses coverage on these crimes and sensationalizes the white criminals as ultimate villains. The regime then, and now keep in mind, as a consequence, what effect does this have on the populations of the West? When you have a Dylan Roof scumbag, for example, and they tell that story in 10,000 iterations, 100,000 times, it gives the impression that the Dylan Roofs are happening all the time, everywhere, every day. Why is that relevant or important to us? Well, on a couple of levels. Of course, it's a great example of anti-whiteism. We can examine the effects of psychological warfare and the mechanics of psychological warfare. But another way that is meaningful to us, or a data point that we want to keep our eye on, is that this is the impression given to the people that we are trying to persuade to come to white well-being, or at least to use the 5 key concepts, or some of the 5 key concepts. We need to be cognizant that they've been given the impression that there are this infinite number of Dylan Roof type individuals. And when you have the reverse, of course, that disconfirms the anti-white narrative, which is whites are all evil, non-whites are all good. They will bury the story, or it will receive infinitely less coverage. The regime then extrapolates the unethical and criminal behavior of the white wrongdoer and applies them to all of Western kind, and therefore you individually as a Westman. That's something they don't do with any other race of people. You can even have, as we have in our countries in Europe, you can have Arab Muslims who murder by their own vows in the name of Islam. But anti-whiteism prevents the promulgation of the notion that all Muslims are responsible. In fact, they go out of their way to say, even to consider the ideology of Islam or Arabs or etc. as similarly responsible for the acts of the individual or the group of attackers is to be the ultimate evil if you're white in Western civilization. These are critical points to understand when imbibing the media of any stories that they share. Every time a crime by a Westman against a non-white presents an opportunity to prove the anti-white narrative, the regime news spurs public debate with conversations about race and hate. And these conversations always have one conclusion. Western kind is an evil people, victimizing innocent non-white people. On the other hand, when non-whites commit crime, the crimes go unreported or receive less coverage. The racial dynamic is de-emphasized or ignored, particularly when the victims are white. Often non-white criminals are portrayed as tragic cases, victims of society, and therefore victims of Western kind. It's another important point, especially for our conservative brothers and sisters. When anti-whites of any political stripe are talking about victims of society, they are always identifying Western kind as the victimizer. When they're talking about victims of police, they are always identifying Western kind as the victimizer. Always. Non-white crime, therefore, is excused or rationalized with a host of meme pathogens such as systemic racism. How many times have you heard regime media reports or host a pundit who justifies non-white crime with a false equivalency of crimes committed by non-whites and the racism that caused the criminality? Not only is non-white criminality excused, but again, the entirety of Western kind is blamed. Now, this is the ultimate of hate crime, if you want to use their definition, because you're not just targeting an individual on the basis of his or her race. You're targeting an entire people that have lived, are living, or will ever live on the basis of their race. So ultimately, the formula is a Westman commits a crime that equals Western kind is blamed. Non-white commits a crime equals Western kind is blamed. The careful and dishonest narrative shaping warps perception of the world. Westmen believe that while white crime rate and the threat to public safety by Western kind are greater than the objective data shows, and what their own eyes reveal, as seen in the color of crime statistical analysis. Likewise, Westmen believe that the non-white crime rate and threat to public safety are less than objective data shows, and what their common sense perceives. This warping of reality convinces many of our people that we are inherently evil and that non-whites are inherently innocent and virtuous. All of them. What is an outcome of this to some degree? Well, you have white girls growing up in the West watching news reports. And now we're just talking about the news. The entertainment is a whole nother thing we talk about. But just looking at the news. And what do they see? They see the media right in the skies. Everything about the Dylan roofs and all those like the Dylan roof. And they see these news stories as well about, well, if a non-white person committed a crime, if they did a murder, or it's because of Western kind society, and that they wouldn't have behaved that way if they weren't mistreated, if they didn't have to struggle through the persecution and oppression. What kind of decisions do so many hollow-headed white girls end up making when they get to high school and they get to college? Well, they end up trusting every non-white guy they come across, and they end up shying away from white guys. We saw an example tonight, not so much of the influence of anti-white news media, but of entertainment media, didn't we? Just tonight. How often have you watched a video, a movie, a film, made-for-TV movie, sitcom, where the white villain was a well-dressed, well-spoken, kind of a person, friendly? When the actor portraying them is usually Germanic, featured in some way, handsome at least a little bit, and he gives all the signals. He's an actor, he's a professional. He gives all of the signals that he is a trustable person. Everything that we would read. Well, he takes care of himself. He is well-groomed. And I purposefully leaned forward for that one. He's well-groomed. He holds the door open. He helps old ladies. He picks up the heavy box for the old man. Across, in countless iterations, entertainment media, especially that which targets white females, this is the case. And then what do they end up seeing? Well, the white guy is a villain. All of that was a lie. All of that was to manipulate you. The way he lives, the way he talks, that he was there to pick you up from the airport when you had no ride, whatever it is, you break down and he showed up to help. All of that was just a lie to conceal a monster inside of himself. He's just there waiting to rape. He's just there waiting to beat. What ended up happening tonight, for example? You had, if we just assume that the clown that showed up was a white guy, well, he looks at a clean-shaven, well-groomed, put-together, Germanic-featured white guy and says, must be a cop. Must be MK Ultra. Some sort of villain. What do we see in the entertainment media when it comes to the good guys? Well, in a lot of these female movies targeting women, rom-coms and everything else, we see that there is some sort of non-white person, non-white guy, that gives the signals that he's not a good person. And you are meant, especially as a white female, to feel bad for reading those signals the actor gives and concluding that this is a person to stay away from. You should feel white guilt because you later find out in the story that he's actually the most noble, charming, heroic, and he will save you from the evil white man. What about the crew of good guys? What are the white guys like? Well, they're not as put together. They're not as well groomed. So many of these content creators, you think this entertainment doesn't have an influence. So many of these content creators on the right are slovenly, are not put together, are handicapped by some sort of bad behavior that undermines them, physically handicapped, and the people gravitate to them. Have you ever looked at a photograph of young Bubble Boy right beside Harry Potter? If you were to say, I think there might be a connection to the expectation of wonder, of magic coming out of someone that in my childhood I grew up learning was a magic boy that could never be defeated. And it just so happens that Bubble Boy looks just like him. If you were to say, I think there might be some kind of influence as a consequence of that series of movies and books and all of the artwork associated with it, you would be right. What ends up happening with well-groomed, heroic white men? Our people grow up learning from entertainment that something is amiss. Something is afoul. Something dreadful and secret is afoot, when the opposite is the case. This is the influence of anti-whiteism on the population. And it's something that we have to understand for ourselves, to liberate ourselves, to manumit our conscious minds from the chains that our subconscious exert on us as a consequence of the poisoning with anti-whiteisms over the course of our life. From birth to death, it's constantly at work. If you have any comments or questions you want to add, tag me as No White Guilt. I want to see what you have to say in our final minutes. Do not forget that 2 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, the Shade Tree. (2 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, the Shade Tree on X every day. Ay says they want to villainize white masculinity so our men are lost and our women are alienated from that which they could only truly feel comfortable in with naturally, their own people. Precisely, I 100% right. Tyrell has joined us. Tokoloshi is here. Tokolo, she's saying it's forced proximity, which leads to body bags. Well, do you want to change forced proximity? You're going to have to go free. You have a crank showing up saying, Shalom, and he's white. That's funny. All right, Goofus says he was over there watching Entropy, and it froze for him. Well. Let's see if we can pop this open and see if... Oh, yeah, we do have some $5 from Flame of the West to add to the previous $25 bill coming in. Says, thanks to the roll call, all-stars, and the swashing generals. God bless you for that, Flame of the West. Another $5 bill has come in from Flame of the West. Thanks go to all the swashing generals. So true. Well said. And another $5 bill. Big salutes for Flame of the West. Well done. Thank you so much. With this $5 bill, he says, I'm grinning to see the Go Free Lexicon spreading in the wild. I know, isn't that awesome? And you gotta really truly appreciate that the number of wild finds, you probably could put 2 zeros, 3 zeros on for the number that we actually find. So God bless you. Thank you, Flame of the West. So it looks like you can still financially gift, even if the video is showing for me that it's still playing, but maybe indeed it's not playing for anyone else. But the financial gifts did come through. Big thanks to Flame of the West. And thank you so much. That was very, very white positive, very pristine. Thank you. And I don't think missed anybody over here. Just making sure. Okay, we didn't. Our people feel such unnatural discomfort. Many want to leap out of it. It doesn't have to, I guess, maybe be this way. I hope they find this community like I have. Amen to that. Thank you for that testimonial. Exactly. And that's one of the reasons why it can be so infuriating when Juicebergs, or like we just had with Brylan Hollyhan, being just wildly promoted and then gobbling up all the air in the room. How are our brothers and sisters supposed to find white well-being when these clowns are put in your face all the time? Southern Bloom is here. Hello and welcome. Sean says, before this cast is over, I want to thank you and everyone else here for welcoming me into your sphere and interacting with me and making me feel welcome. Well, God bless you, brother. Thank you so much for that. Thank you for thanking everybody here. And you are very welcome to be here with us and learn and be empowered. And we want to celebrate your victories for white well-being. I appreciate you. Okay, do we have anybody over here on the live stream? I will be back on Wednesday at 7 p.m. for a roll-in Going Free Church of the West, Wednesday, 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, after which I do a Rebel Roundtable on X, and you all are invited to show up and share your thoughts. The Great Slots has financially gifted $1 over here. Thank you, brother. He says there's an anti-white meme. Anti-whites are using mocking their own inconsistency, with a Hollywood villain that claims they're victimized for being white but harms non-whites, shaking his finger. Could you DM that to me? Is it on Twitter? He's shaking his finger at them and saying, "Not very woke of you." Wow. All right. Make sure you tag me as No I Gil. We're wrapping up here, but it was a wonderful Church of the West, empowering every single one of us. And look at the size and scale of these victories. Did we get it right? I mean, think about this. Did we get it right? We have, like, compared to Salty Cracker, an infinitesimally small. Compared to Crowder, infinitesimally small. But has his audience been empowered? Has his audience changed the language on planet Earth relative to our victimization? I mean, not taking anything away from Crowder. In fact, Crowder should have me on so that he won't eventually have to have on Bubble Boy. But honestly, let's honestly look at the successes here, and they're just beyond compare. But I will be looking for you all. I want to see you on Wednesday. I want to see you, if you can, make it to the Rebel Roundtable on X after that. Land of the fake, home of the gay. $5 bill. Thank you, brother. He says, good to see everyone here. Will be catching the part, I guess, that he missed, the replay and replay. I appreciate it. And yeah, folks, you know, you don't have to sit and watch the whole or listen to the whole 4.5 hours in one go. Split it up. Listen while you're driving. And become a hero in our story. The only person that can make that happen is you. You have to write yourself in. You can muddle along, hiding a power level of how successful Jewish people are when they work together, a percentage of them. You can muddle along with that, or you can go free. Go free of that anti-white narrative. That's what it means. You're leaving their narrative behind. You're choosing the narrative to be in, the one in which you're the hero, the one in which the legends tell of your deeds and your name. And we all will know and celebrate you for your great works. It's only possible here. We are the rightful inheritors of the great history of Western kind and Western civilization. I want to be able to put you on my shoulders and celebrate you as we have others. God bless you all. Let's go free.